Star Wars. Scourge. By Jeff Grubb. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Prologue. Death of a Jedi. The Pantoran Jedi Toro Irana was angry. He had been waiting on this hellhole planet for weeks now, and as his former master, Mandazuma, was all too fond of telling him, Toro's patience was never his most admirable trait. Meetings had been set up, cancelled, rescheduled, moved to new locations, and cancelled once again. And now, on top of everything else, his contact was keeping him waiting, in this rooftop restaurant, 40 stories up and overlooking a planetary graveyard. By this time, Toro's patience had worn thin. Toro could feel his blue skin itch and his lips swell. He reached for the bottle of scent wine to pour himself another round. Even at the best of times, a late arrival, a delay from decision and action, would frustrate him. Now, on the world of Make-em-Tay, it drove Toro to distraction. The air of this planet reeked of smelter dust and desiccated meat. The world itself was dominated by the tract, a huge iron-shod necropolis that from space resembled an ice cap. The restaurant windows commanded a sweeping view of the crypts and mausoleums of the tract, which to Toro resembled nothing less than rows of odd-shaped peg teeth rising from skeletal jaws. Even a setting sun, blue-green through the swirling dust, could do nothing to improve the view. And as for the planet's inhabitants, Toro suppressed a shudder and looked over at the swokes milling around their dining troughs. His first opinion upon making planetfall was that they were huge lumps of malformed flesh, and increased familiarity did nothing to change that opinion. They looked more melted than crafted by any environment, their pale, sagging flesh spilling from their horned heads directly to their bodies, with no visible sign of a neck. Their teeth looked like the necropolis outside, except the swokes spent less time maintaining them, and their incisors canted outward at all angles. Their faces were otherwise flat, with a random number of nostril holes and bland white eyes set into shallow black sockets. It would give them a comical look were the species not, to the last member, bullies and thugs. In short, they were the perfect species for this backrocket planet, the perfect caretakers of this tombstone world. And right now, every last one of them was getting on his nerves. The restaurant for this meeting catered primarily to the lumpy natives, and the tables were dominated by long troughs, into which the host poured a noxious concoction of spice-leavened boiled meats mixed with what looked like shed Shernah scales and live sandbugs. There were smaller, more traditional tables around the perimeter of the room, near the windows, but he and a couple of Nikto traders 2 booths over were the only customers who used them, and the only customers who didn't look half melted. The temperature was set comfortable for the swokes, which was too cold by half for Toro, and the sound of the creatures eating would frighten the old emperor himself. Toro downed the scent wine, since its aroma killed most of the rest of the smells in the room. He waved for the waiter, who shambled toward him. "More of these beetle things," said Toro, pointing to the pile of now empty black shells. "And some of the local swill as well." "Timosho Payin," burbled the waiter, and then shifted from swoke into a slurred, sloppy basic. "Pay now, Blueskin." "I'm waiting for someone," said Toro. "Run me a tap." The swokes burbled something else in Swoken, then provided a rough translation. "Going off my shift, Blueskin." "Pay now." Toro swung in his iron chair and let his robe fall open, revealing the gleam of his lightsaber. His hand drifted down to touch it, but not to grasp it. "I said," he growled, "that you should run me a tap. My contact will cover it." The swokes frowned, or at least tried to frown through its rolls of ash-gray fat, but it backed off, and a short time later another plate of broiled beetles and a 2-handled mug of the local alcohol, potent but, like everything else in this place, imbued with a mild flavor of dust and spice. Still, if he rationed out the remaining purplish scent wine, it could mask most of the stench. Toro examined the bottle. Aradian brought it, along with his patron's apologies. Unavoidably delayed and all that garbage. Toro was sure that it was only a gambit to establish power and control in this situation, but knowing that made the young Jedi even more irritated. Still, the wine was a rose in the junkyard, a bright floral smell among the rest of this iron-shod planet. Had to have come from off-world, he realized. Another symbol of power and control from his contact. Across the room, two swokes started howling at each other in high-pitched screeches. Religious argument, guessed Toro, since most of the arguments on this planet were about religion and death. Toro wondered if it would come to blows. Not that it mattered. Swokes could regenerate all but the most grievous of damage. It was one reason members of the species were prized as mercenaries, guards, and leg breakers. Toro could feel his temples throb at the guttural shrieks across the room. Enough. Finish the drink, and he would be done. His contact would have to learn that he was not the only one with power in this relationship. Something heavy and soft slammed into Toro from behind, throwing him forward across the table. The last of the scent wine spilled from its glass, and the bottle toppled and rolled out of his grasp, falling to the floor on the far side of the table with a brittle thump, along with the double-handled swill mug. Toro turned in his chair, to find that his assailant was another swokes, its body bedecked in jewelry set over the vital spots. This one was higher caste, but still had the soggy, blank-faced look of the rest of its species. The swokes spat out something that could have been an apology, but was more likely a warning. Toro stood up, and for a moment the room swayed beneath his feet. "Watch where you're going," the Jedi snarled. The bejeweled alien snapped something sharp. Definitely an insult, from the way the other swokes with it reacted. It drew itself up to its full height, about a head taller than Toro. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Then the swokes raised a four-fingered hand to push Toro out of the way. Drinking or not, angry or not, Toro's reflexes snapped into a set response. Half a step backward to put distance between them, his hand effortlessly unsheathing the lightsaber and bringing it up in a smooth, practiced move, thumbing the switch and deploying the blade in a single action. The swokes had only a second to regret its action before Toro brought the blade up and cut through the creature's forearm. The swokes shuddered but did not cry out, instead looking at the cauterized stump of its arm with puzzlement. Right, thought Toro, the species not only regenerates, but it also lacks local pain centers. Another reason they make good leg breakers. The injured swokes let out a howl, more from indignation than pain. Everyone turned in their seats to see the blue-skinned Pantoran, wielding a lightsaber, and his injured opponent. As one, the aliens rose from their meals, some grabbing iron dining forks as they did so, others hefting the heavy iron stools. They converged on the pair. The injured swokes pushed forward, its good arm raised like a warty club. Toro danced backward, up over the iron chair and onto the table itself, bringing the lightsaber around in a smooth, level arc. The swokes' head separated at the approximate intersection of its neck and body, spilling backward into the surging mob. "Regenerate that!" Toro said. The death of the high-caste alien gave half the group pause, while it infuriated the other half. Toro noted that the two Niktos from the other table were already heading for the door, along with the waiter, but that was all he had time to notice before the mob was on top of him. Toro spun with the lightsaber, cutting through flesh and iron with equal ease. One of the attackers had thought enough to duck beneath the sweeping blade, and grabbed Toro's sword arm in a soft, but unrelenting embrace. Toro tossed the lightsaber to his left hand and brought up a booted foot into the alien's face. The entire face gave in like soft putty, which did not seem to trouble the creature in the slightest, but the grasp on Toro's arm lessened. The Jedi drew his blade through the attacker's arm, and the detached limb loosened its grip fully now, vanishing into the tumult. Something heavy and dark flew toward him, and Toro reached up and split an iron-shod stool in two with his blade, the pieces caroming off the window supports behind him. Two more swokes grabbed at Toro's feet on the table, but he leapt up, spinning and dragging his blade across the table's surface, separating hands from arms as he did so. Now makeshift missiles showered Toro, stools, eating utensils, two-handled goblets and bits of food. The Jedi wove his blade through the air, cutting down the more dangerous, dodging the merely disgusting. The glass behind him spidered from the heavier missiles, but did not break. Assailants would try to get close, but he would spin and leave these missing a few appendages for their trouble. Where they wore embedded jewels, signs of status among their people, the Jedi treated them as targets, carving them from too soft flesh. Toro realized that he was cursing now, cursing at this planet and its people and his contact and the uncaring universe that would put him in this place at this particular time. His chin was wet, and when he wiped his sleeve against it, it came away with a bubbling, bloody froth on it. Had he been injured? Had one of these melted, horrible creatures gotten lucky against him? He snarled and his vision seemed coated in blood as well. They would all pay for attacking him. There was movement behind him, and Toro spun and lashed out without thinking. The table, already weakened from his assaults, collapsed, pitching him forward. Toro leapt, slashing as he did, and only then realizing that he had mistaken his opponent. His foe was only his reflection in the window, caught by the dying sun. But then it was too late, and he was through the window itself, the fury of his blade sharding it into 1,000 daggers from the blow. He twisted to catch the ledge, but he had leapt too far, and he spun out into open, dust-strewn air, 40 stories above the necropolis. The entire way down, all Toro could feel was the anger. Chapter 1. A Mystery on Maycomb T. Mander Zuma pursed his lips as he moved through the back alleys of Maycomb T. He was far from the tract, far from the necropolis that dominated this world, far from the site of Toro Irana's death, and far from satisfied with what he had discovered so far about the death of his former apprentice. Word had reached Yavin IV and the new Jedi Order in the form of a complaint from the Congress of Caliphs that ruled Maycomb T, of a blue-skinned Jedi who had killed a Caliph's nephew. Apologies were made through the New Republic's diplomatic channels, but Mander was pulled from his regular duties in the archives and dispatched to find out what had really happened. His assignment made perfect sense to Mander. He had taught Toro in the ways of the Force, and had monitored the young Jedi's own reports back to the Order. His own skill set dovetailed nicely with Toro's assigned mission. Yet the older Jedi was still reluctant to leave behind the archives, to leave Yavin IV after years of diligent and productive research. What Mander found on this planet surprised him. Not that Toro had gotten into a fight. The young man had been headstrong and easily riled even when he had been his apprentice, and the Swokes were by all reports a prickly species to deal with. But the idea that Toro had gotten into an argument so easily, or that he had made such a fatal mistake in combat, troubled Mander deeply as he made the long trip from Yavin to Maycomb T. As he stepped off the shuttle and breathed the dusty air of this world, the questions swirled within him. What had gone wrong? Had it been his training that had been at fault? Had Mander prepared him insufficiently? Or were there other factors at work? As a student, Toro had been a superb warrior, limber and smooth, a blue-fleshed blur in combat. More important, he bonded with his lightsaber, treating the blade as an extension of his self. Even in training, Mander was impressed with the young Pantoran's skill and confidence. Mander himself had none of that easiness in combat. The force was strong in the older Jedi, but it was directed elsewhere. He could feel the energy moving through him, but his own lightsaber often felt like an alien thing, a lump in his hand. He had come to the Force late in life, as did many in the later years of the Empire, and it showed. Toro was better with a lightsaber, and Mander was sure that he would have become a fine Jedi Knight. A better Jedi Knight than he. But now Toro was dead and Mander was not sure why. Mander's first stop was to claim the body and examine it, a rented medical droid at his side burbling commentary. The dried flecks of blood on his apprentice's lips and the broken bones along one side of his body spoke of a sudden, violent end. But there was also a darkening of the young man's veins and arteries, violet against the sea blue of his flesh, that had not been present in life, and pointed to an external agent at work. Further, purple crystals budded at the corners of Toro's eyes. Mander was not sure if this was natural to the Pantorans in death, but he assumed it was not, and took a sample of the material. It had a pungent aroma, more cloying than the acrid dust of Macam T's air. There were similar crystals in the dead Jedi's darkened veins, now stilled of pulsing life. Something had been injected or ingested, he decided. Toro was under the influence of something else before the fight, Mander thought, and possibly the two events were tied. The older Jedi double-checked his evaluation before consigning Toro's body to the funeral pyre. The Swokes, regardless of their official indignation, were extremely helpful with funeral arrangements. It was a point of pride for them. Mander Zuma visited the scene of Toro's death, the restaurant. It had been closed for a period of mourning for the Caliph's nephew, but already the smashed furniture had been stacked to one side for recycling and a new sheet of plate glass installed, replacing the one shattered by Toro's exit. The wait staff was initially unhelpful, but Mander's modest knowledge of Swoken, the native language, combined with a bit of the force in the voice, helped smooth out the questions. By the end of the interview, the staff was positively chatty about the incident. Yes, the blue-skinned Jedi had been there. He was waiting for someone, he had said. He had been drinking. A lot. Local stuff, but a Radian came in with another bottle. A gift. The Jedi had insulted the staff. Insulted the other diners. He had gotten into an argument with Choka Chak, the Caliph's nephew. The Jedi pulled his lightsaber and killed Choka Chak. Killed 5 more regulars as well, and had left a dozen regenerating. Screaming in that weird, liquid-sounding, off-worlder basic. Not a proper language at all. Foaming at the mouth. Then he had smashed his way through the window. The wait staff thought he was trying to escape, but had forgotten he was 40 floors up. The joke was on him. No one had found the Jedi's energy blade, or at least reported that they had found it. Yes, they had the bottle the Radian brought somewhere around. They were still cleaning up the mess. The Swokes provided the bottle and Mander calibrated his medical datapad. A few simple tests on the dregs in the bottle confirmed his hunch. There was something unusual in the scent wine. Potent, unknown, and similar in composition to the crystalline tears at the corners of the corpse's eyes. Distilled out, it had the same cloying smell. The wine's bouquet covered the smell. Poison, then? The Radian brought the wine. Was the poison what clouded his judgment at the end? The possibility left Mander concerned. Why was Toro unwary enough to drink the wine in the first place? A Jedi in the field had to be aware of his surroundings and potential attacks. Had he trusted the Radian, or whoever the Radian represented? And what, if anything, did this have to do with his assigned task, to acquire the navigation coordinates for the Andrexus spiral? Was someone trying to stop the New Republic from gaining those codes? Or had Toro stumbled onto something else? Indeed, scanning the last communications from Toro to the new Jedi Order had been troubling as well. They had been brief, even terse. He had made initial contacts. He had begun negotiations. He was pleased with the progress. Nothing to indicate that there was a problem. Even so, there was a brusqueness in his communiques that now gave Mander pause. Details were missing. Now the trail led to this warehouse, made of ancient wood, reinforced with the cold iron that was so much a part of Swoke's architecture. There were few Rhodians on Makumte, and it was relatively easy to track Toro's deadly wine steward back here. A Rhodian family cartel ran a small trade out of these warehouses, trafficking in ornate funeral plaques and reliquaries and other off-world items. The darkness of the alley cloaked him more effectively than any mind trick, but the lock was old and stubborn, and at last Mander used the force to snap the hasp. So much for getting in and getting out without leaving any trace, he thought. Carefully, he slid the door open, but was met only with a hollow echo of the sliding metal. He slipped inside, leaving enough of a gap that he could leave quickly if things went bad. Mander moved quietly at first, but it was quickly clear that no one seemed to be present. Moonlight from the frosted skylights overhead shone on a bare floor. Mander reached into a vest pocket and pulled out a set of magnispecs, 2 pinkish lenses set in hexagonal frames. He unfolded the lenses and placed them on the bridge of his nose. Magnets in the frame held them there, pinching his flesh slightly. When he tapped the side of the lenses, they issued a soft, pale red glow, heightening the available light in the dim warehouse. Large wooden racks stood in neat ordered rows from floor to ceiling along the length of the structure. Empty cargo containers were lined along one wall, and a trio of manual load lifters, great walker engines with huge spatulate hands, along the other. These Rhodians were too poor, or too cheap, for droid-operated versions. The shelves were heavily laden with blank epitaph plates and bolts of funeral shrouds, all covered in a thin coating of dust. Scraps and more dust were heaped in the corners as well. Whatever business was being done out of this warehouse had precious little to do with mortuary arrangements. In the center of the room was a pile of broken crates, damaged and abandoned in a rush to clear out. Clear spots showed where other crates once stood, and the dust was disturbed by the broad feet of the load lifters. Somewhere far off, in some connecting warehouse, there was a soft thunder of people moving crates, but this place was devoid of workers. Mander frowned. Whoever poisoned Toro expected someone to come after them, and had probably decided to put a few planets between them and their pursuers. No doubt the warehouse was under an assumed name, and behind 3 shell companies. Tracking them down would not be easy. Mander poked through the trash with his toe, funeral robes and tapestries, metal plates with Swoke's memorials, about 3 or 4 containers worth that had been breached and abandoned. And there, glittering in the moonlight, something dark and crystalline. The Jedi knelt down next to the pile and examined the crystals. They were purplish, dark almost to the point of being black. He sniffed it, and it gave off a rich, pungent aroma. Spice, but unlike any he had seen before. He pulled out a plastic leer envelope and scooped a handful of crystals into it. That was when he knew he was not alone. It could have been a shadow against the moonlight or a footstep landing too heavily, but at once he knew that someone else was in the warehouse with him. He rose slowly from his examination, trying to move naturally, his hand fumbling with the strap of the lightsaber. Still, he engaged it and brought the ignited blade up, glowing green, before the first blaster bolt erupted. Mander parried the energy discharge, trying to send it back to his attacker but succeeding only in deflecting it among the racks of epitaph markers. Inwardly he cursed at his lack of skill. Another shot unleashed, again from near the warehouse's entrance, and again Mander turned the energy pulse aside, but only just, and it scorched the wall behind him. Mander reminded himself that he was in a wooden building containing flammable funeral shrouds. Too many such stray shots would be a bad thing. "I can do this all day," he lied to the darkness. "Why don't you come out and we can talk?" There was a shadow against the doorway, and for a moment Mander was sure that his assailant would try to flee. Instead, a lone figure walked into a rectangular square of moonlight. Smoke swirled from the barrel of her DL-22 heavy blaster. She was almost Mander's height, and even in the pale radiance Mander could see that her flesh was a rich blue, marked with yellow swirls on each cheek. Long hair, a deeper blue in shade, almost to the color of night, was worn short in the front, woven in a thick braid down the back. A Pantoran then, like Toro. Her lips were a thin, grim line and her eyes flashed with anger. "Why are you shooting at me?" said Mander calmly, as if being shot at in a warehouse were a common occurrence for him. "I'm here for justice," she said, and the barrel came up. Despite himself, Mander brought up his lightsaber in defense, but she did not fire. "Justice is good," said Mander, trying to keep his voice casual. "I'm seeking justice as well. Perhaps you'd like to help me find some." He paused and added, "You know, I once trained a Pantoran in the ways of the Force." This time she did shoot, and Mander almost toppled back onto the pile of trash, bringing his blade up. Almost too late, and as it was he deflected the bolt upward instead of back. There was the distant crash of a shattered skylight. "You're the one responsible for Toro's death, then," said the Pantoran, her words as sharp as a vibrablade's edge. "Relative?" asked Mander, willing himself to be ready for another shot. It did not come. "Sister." Mander forced himself to relax, or at least give the impression of relaxing. He deactivated his lightsaber, even though he wasn't sure he could reignite it fast enough should she choose to fire. "You're Irana then," he said. "Toro spoke to me of you." The blaster jerked toward him for a moment, but the Pantoran did not fire. Mander added quickly, "I was not here when Toro died. I was back at the academy on Yavin 4. I came here when we heard the news. To find out what happened. And to finish Toro's assignment." The blaster wavered, just a bit, but at last she pointed it away from the Jedi. Even in the moonlight, he could see a wetness glistening at the corner of her eyes. "It's your fault," she managed at last, her voice throaty with grief. Mander waited, giving her time to gather her thoughts. When she spoke again, the iron had returned to her words. "Toro was a dreamer, and you took him to become a Jedi, and now he's dead. You're responsible." Mander held his palms out and said simply, "Yes." Reen was startled at the admission. She had apparently expected the Jedi to say many things, but not this. Mander looked hard at the young Pantoran. He could see the resemblance to Toro in her face. He continued, "Yes, I am responsible. Every man's journey is his own, but I did train your brother, and he was here on Makem Te on Jedi business. So yes, I put him in harm's way. And I failed to prepare him for what he faced here. That is why I am here. I want to find out who poisoned your brother, to see justice brought against them." For the first time, the Pantoran seemed confused. "Poison?" she managed. "I believe so," said Mander. I found something strange in his blood. And now there is this. He held up the clear envelope with the crystals. I found it here in the warehouse. The Pantoran kept her blaster aimed at the Jedi, but reached out with the other hand. Mander held the envelope out to her, and she took it, taking a few steps back immediately in case this was a trick. Reen stared at the purplish crystals, then shook her head. She holstered her blaster, and Mander returned his now inert lightsaber to his belt. I think it is the poison that was used, said Mander. A Rodian administered it with some wine he brought to your brother in the restaurant. That was why Toro was unable to defend himself at his full abilities. Why he made such a mistake in combat, and plunged out the window. Another noise in the darkness around them. Mander's head came up. It was not from outside the warehouse this time. Inside. Someone familiar with the area, who knew where to step. Hold on, he said. Others are here. Reen began to say. Don't worry. That's just. But her words were cut off as Mander grabbed her and pulled her down. Blaster bolts erupted from 3 sides, firing into the pile of abandoned crates. Reen had her own blaster out in a flash, and for a wild moment Mander was afraid she was going to use it on him. But instead she returned fire against the assault, using the discarded shipping containers as cover. Mander rose to a crouch, his lightsaber ignited and at the ready. The shots were heavy but not well placed, and he managed to bounce a few of them back. There was a shout of pain, and a string of curses unspoken. Mander thought he must have gotten one of them. I'd say a dozen, shouted Reen. Some of them up on the racks. Swokes. Some Rodians, too. Must be the Rodians that used the warehouse, responded Mander. I know the clan, said Reen, bringing down a pair. Bomu family. I recognize the facial tattoos. We're pinned down. Hang on, said Mander. I'm going to level the playing field. Reen may have said something, but Mander didn't pay attention. Instead he leapt forward, somersaulting toward one of the racks the Rodians were using as a perch. Blaster bolts fell around him, but he didn't use his blade to block. Rather, he pulled it effortlessly through the rack's iron supports, slicing the metal easily. The entire set of racks shuddered, and then began to collapse in on itself, the shriek of the metal matched by the surprised shouts of the ambushers. Reen was at his side. What did you do? I made a new pile of trash to hide behind, said Mander as one of the surviving swokes rose from the debris, a thick-barreled blaster in his hand. One swipe with the blade cut the weapon in 2, and then the swokes fell backward as Reen discharged a bolt squarely into the attacker's face. There was a short pause in the battle, and then the blaster fire started again, heavier than before. Looking back, Mander saw that their previous hiding place was on fire, and the flames were already spreading through the bolts of funeral cloth and to the room's supports. The Rodians had climbed down to the ground, trying to surround the pair. They were now clear in the firelight. They're trying to burn us out. Can you make it to the door? Asked Mander, but Reen just shook her head and brought down a Rodian from across the room. Mander looked across the open floor between him and the entrance. Alone, on his best day, he might be able to make it. Carrying the Pantoran, he doubted he could get halfway before the crossfire caught him. He was about to chance it anyway when something extremely large shifted in the background. It was one of the manual loadlifters, wading into a squad of swokes. The huge flat feet smashed one, while the others broke and ran as it spun and slammed into another set of racks, toppling them against their neighbors in a chain of collapsing shelves. The Rodians and swokes started pulling back, firing behind them to deter pursuit. Perched in the control pit of the lifter, limned by sparking control screens, was a Bathan, long-faced and furry. Reen put a hand on Mander's shoulder. "Don't worry. He's with me." The Bahan was having trouble handling the load lifter, and as he tried to get the walker under control, it grazed one of the already burning roof supports. The support groaned menacingly, and parts of the roof and skylight started to cascade down around them. "About time you showed up!" bellowed Reen at the pilot of the stumbling walker. "Now get us out of here before this place comes down around us." The Bahan got the load lifter under something like control, and brought one of the large pallet hands level to the floor. Reen grabbed on, and Mander leapt ahead of her, turning to help her up. Then the pair gripped the sides of the lifter as the Bahan maneuvered it toward the doors through a tunnel of the now flaming warehouse. The large door was still almost completely shut, but at the last moment the Bahan spun the lifter around and slammed through it backward, smashing the door off its hinges. Then they were outside, tromping through the alleys. The load lifter got clear of the worst of the fire, and set the pair down. The Bahan himself slid down from the side of the now smoking control pit. Whatever the Bahan had done to get it working had set its internal electronics on fire. "I thought you Jedi were never supposed to be surprised," said Reen. "I was distracted," said Mander, trying to keep the irritation within himself out of his voice. She was right. Despite her presence, he should have noticed their assailants creeping into their positions. In the distance there were shouts and klaxons. The local authorities were responding to the fire, and the flames were clear along the roofline now. "We need to be elsewhere," said Reen. "A pity we didn't get one of the Rhodians alive." "We found the poison that they used on your brother," said Mander. "And we know that they're willing to kill to cover their tracks. For the moment, that's enough." Dijaro of the Bomu clan made his way through the Swokes Bazaar, past the hucksters selling memorial mementos and purified ointments, and funeral wreaths. Past the stalls of seers and spiritualists who, for a small fee, would contact the spirits of the recently interred and, for a slightly larger fee, confirm that they were resting comfortably and satisfied with their funeral arrangements. Dijaro squeezed his way among the lumbering forms of the Makamte inhabitants, his own Rodian frame unlikely to win any shoving match. He kept one hand inside his jacket, tightly gripping his heavy prize, fearful that something else would go wrong. The word had come down that afternoon. Coax, the one-eyed Cladoinian, had arrived on the planet, bearing with her both the goodwill of her master, the Spice Lord, and the Lordship's demands that the assigned task had been completed. Dijaro of the Bomu clan carried both good news and bad along with his package, and it was a good question which of the three was the heaviest weight. At the 4th Street, at the alchemical shop, he turned right and made for a singularly empty shop that displayed funeral wrappings, but had never seemed to succeed in selling any of them. The Swokes behind the counter, scarred from many regenerations, just nodded to him as he passed through. Dijaro had been here before. The Rodian climbed the iron spiral staircase to a windowless upper storage room. The room was lit by a single bulb, hanging from a noose-like cord. Coax was waiting for him, surrounded by racks of long-sleeved robes, used to dress the dead before interment or cremation. To Dijaro, it felt like they were surrounded by silent witnesses to hear his report. There was a low table between the two of them. The Cladoinian herself was lean and muscular, thinner than most of her species. She was dressed in dark red Spacer's slacks and a vest, and kept a set of ceremonial throwing knives on her belt alongside her blaster. Dijaro knew the Cladoinians were mostly traditionalists, favoring the old weapons and ways. Coax apparently kept the affectations of the past alongside the more effective present. The Cladoinian's face was thin as well, But what took Dejaro aback was the crater where one eye had once been. Some would have worn a patch, or had a plate bolted to their skull to hide the deformity, but Coax set a glowing red gem deep into her empty socket. The Radian wondered if the gem allowed the Spice Lord's agent to see into alien frequencies or tell if someone was lying. The idea chilled Dejaro to the bone. "Wajo Kusoro?" asked the Cladoinian in fluid Huttese. "Have you brought it?" Dejaro nodded and pulled the prize from beneath his jacket. It was a thin cylinder fitted with a worn, comfortable grip along one side. It was heavier than Dejaro had thought it would be, particularly since he had seen it used with fluid, almost effortless grace. Heavy enough to hold the soul of a man, he had thought at the time. He placed the lightsaber on the table between them. Coax looked down at the device with her good eye, but did not reach out for it. The red gem set deep into her skull kept a bead on Dejaro, who waited to be dismissed or questioned. "Were there any problems?" asked the Cladoinian. "We found it on the street," said Dejaro, his voice sounding a little strained in the dusty dead air. "Not too far from the body." "Did anyone see you take it?" She was still examining the deactivated blade before her. "I don't think." And Coax looked up at him, her gemstone eye blazing for a moment. "No. No. No one saw it. It went better than we had planned. I had the wine delivered, and we were prepared to move in when he started a fight by himself. Once he went out the window, we were afraid we had lost him. That he had used some sort of Jedi trick to escape us. That he could fly away. But when we got to the bottom of the building, there he was, dead, and the item was right beside him, just as you see it now." Coax grunted an affirmation, then said, "We? The other members in good standing of the Boma clan," said Dejaro. "Trusted family all. We would have taken the body itself, but the local law was already coming down on us. As it was, I grabbed the lightsaber and kept it, until I heard from you. Kept it safe, like you ordered." "Did you turn it on?" asked Coax, almost casually. No, Dejaro assured her. "I don't know if it still works or not. I just followed your orders. Drug the Jedi. Take his lightsaber. Bring it to you. Nothing about figuring out if it worked." Coax gave a throaty chuckle and reached out to the lightsaber, grasping its short hilt and activating the blade. It sprang like a genie from the bottle, a bolt of brilliant blue-white, accompanied by a flash of radiant thunder. The empty robes that hung around them threw back deep shadows, doubling their number. Coax moved the blade back and forth, and it looked to Dejaro as if the blade fought her, like it had its own inertia, its own spirit, resisting her control, fighting her grip. Coax seemed to feel it as well, and frowned, then thumbed off the blade. At once the upper storage room was plunged back into a dim light, which to the Radians seemed even darker than before. "Good," said Coax, and reached for her belt. Despite himself, Dejaro's hand twitched toward his own weapons belt, but the Cladoinian instead brought out a vial tucked between her belt and her dun-colored flesh. Coax smiled, and it was not a pleasant smile. She had made Dejaro flinch, and understood in an instant how much the Radian trusted her. How much he feared her. Coax set the vial on the table. Even in the dim light, Dejaro could see that it was tightly packed with purplish crystals, deeper in hue than any he had seen before. "Pure," said Coax. "None of that diluted garbage that reaches the street. Cut it, share, use it, I don't care. We're done." Dejaro looked at the vial, then up at the Cladoinian, then nodded, reached out, and snagged the vial. He tucked it into an inner pocket and said, "There's something else." Coax's eyebrow, the one above the gemset socket, jerked upwards slightly. "Something else?" "It took you a while to contact us," said Dejaro. "While we were waiting, there was another." "Another?" Coax repeated, her voice careful, trying to draw the story out. "Another Jedi," said the Radian. "Came to the restaurant. Talked to the staff. Tracked us back to the warehouse." Coax held her hands out, palms outward. "Didn't you think to burn out the warehouse and move your supplies, just to prevent that possibility?" "We were in the process. That is, we intended to. But we didn't think he would get here before you," managed Dejaro. Coax frowned and looked at the empty table once more. "Tell me what happened." "We ambushed him," said Dejaro quietly. "Ambushed the Jedi." "Did you kill him?" said Coax, and her intent was clear in the tone of her question. One dead Jedi on Makumte was a casualty. Two would attract more attention than the Spice Lord would want. "We lost a lot of people. The Jedi, he had backup and he..." Dejaro froze when Coax transfixed him with the ruby eye. "Did you kill him?" she repeated. "No," said Dejaro, looking away. "There was a firefight. The warehouse caught fire in the battle." "Too little, too late," said Coax. "You should have torched the place the night the first Jedi died." Dejaro nodded. "We didn't want to lose the stock. We had a lot of funeral supplies there." Then Coax did something that Dejaro did not expect. She laughed. It was a full-throated, hearty, honest laugh, the laugh of someone confronted by the basic stupidity of the galaxy. "You kill a Jedi, then are surprised to find another one comes looking for him. You let this new Jedi uncover your operation, resulting in a firefight and setting the warehouse ablaze, and you're worried about the stock?" Dejaro himself managed a sickly chuckle and said, "We're tapped out now except for..." He tapped the vial in his pocket with his palm. "I see," said Coax, pulling her features back into a stern repose. "So you need more of the hard spice." "More Tempest," said Dejaro. "We can make it up to you. Just a little advance. Enough to keep the regulars stocked up. We did what you asked for. We didn't expect the Jedi to bring backup. I don't think the Spice Lord will be happy about this development." "Do you think that's the case?" asked Coax. "If you want, I can talk to the Spice Lord," said Dejaro. "Explain things?" "The Spice Lord has more important matters to deal with than talking to street-level dealers," said Coax. "That is why the Spice Lord has me." She skewered him with her good eye, and a silence grew between the two. "So," Dejaro's throat was dry now. "Do you think you could do something about this?" "Yes, I think I could," she said. "I think I could warn the Spice Lord that there is another Jedi. One with allies. I could also find out who these allies are, and tell you. Is that what you would want?" Dejaro nodded. "The Jedi killed my clan brothers and clan sisters," he said. "We need vengeance on their behalf." "Consider it done," said Coax. "You have my word, the Bomu clan will get its vengeance against this Jedi. But I will warn you, if the Jedi killed so many of your clan just at the outset, there will be more lives lost before you get your vengeance." Dejaro nodded enthusiastically. Yes, we know. It is the price you pay for vengeance." The Radian turned to leave the Cladoinian with her prize. One last thing, said Coax, and Dejaro froze in his tracks, turning slightly. I will have to tell the Spice Lord that we have this problem because the Bomu clan neglected to cover its tracks sufficiently, said Coax. And I will have to report that I have taken appropriate action. The Cladoinian's hand drifted to her weapon's belt. Dejaro pulled his blaster, and if Coax had been going for her own, he would have beaten her to the draw. Instead, the Cladoinian pulled one of her throwing blades, and in a graceful, almost casual flick of the wrist, planted it deeply in the Rhodian's neck from 5 paces away. Dejaro went down, gurgling. Coax liked to think that last noise was an attempt at an apology. The Spice Lord's agent knelt over the dead Rhodian and pulled the small vial, the last pure sample of Tempest on Makumte, from Dejaro's inside pocket. Then she pulled one of the death robes from its hooks and draped it solemnly over the body. Another victim of this new Jedi, said Coax. But I am good to my word, and will gladly throw as many of your clan in his way as I need to. She let out a deep sigh. But first, continued the one-eyed Cladoinian, I will have to send a message to the Spice Lord, presenting the bad news. And let me tell you, Rhodian, that you got off easy in that you had to deal with me instead of the one I serve. Chapter 2. Negotiations. They sat quietly at the table, Mander Zuma, Rhaenyra, and the Bahan. The 3 had headed away from the Sirens, and after half an hour they found themselves at a Swoke's Tapcaf that specialized in Outlander cuisine, or at least the Swoke's best guess of it. The establishment was missing the traditional trench down the center of the room, but the tables were still massive and, Mander noted, bolted to the floor. They sat across from one another, the clear envelope with the crystals between them. Rhaenyra stared at it like it was a live snake, fascinated and horrified. Her Bahan companion, who had not spoken a word during their fight or their later flight, was looking around the Tapcaf. He looked like an impatient, easily distracted puppy, but Mander realized that he was checking out all the exits and making sure that they had not been followed. This is what killed my brother, she said at last. She sounded defeated. Likely, said Mander. There were strange crystals at the corners of your brother's eyes, as well as in his blood. She ran her hand through her dark blue hair. In a soft voice she said, His blood. How was the rest of him? What did you discover when you examined his body? Mander was surprised by her directness. I don't know if you would really be comfortable knowing the details. Tell me. She snapped, and several heads in the Tapcaf turned their way. The Bahan looked at her and frowned. She nodded agreement, then said more quietly, What else did you find in the body? Purplish crystals at the corners of the eyes and mouth, Mander said quickly. Darkening and expansion of the veins and arteries, in addition to the damage from such a fall. And there was a surprising rigidity in the muscles. He was angry when he died. The Pantoran slumped in her seat and bowed her head. Mander looked at the now concerned face of the Bahan, and back at the Pantoran. I committed the body to the flames, as is the custom of our order. Had I known you were in the area, I would have waited. There was no response. Mander tapped the envelope and said, It is definitely a spice. It dissolves easily, and could be put into the scent wine the Rhodian brought him. I think that is how the poison was administered. Rhaenyra's shoulders shook, and at first Mander thought she was sobbing. Instead, he realized that it was a sharp, mocking laugh. Poison? She said, and her jaw stiffened. If only it was simply that. At once Mander realized that he had been mistaken. Rhaenyra knew something more than he. What had he missed? He decided to wait for the Pantoran to tell him, and the silence grew between them. When she finally spoke, she fought to control her words. Are you Jedi all this naive? This isn't just a poison. This is a narcotic. A hard version of spice. It's called Tempest. Mander looked at the packet. Now he regarded it like a serpent as well. Reen leaned forward and continued. Spacers have been seeing this spice throughout the spiral arms. Along the Perlemian trade route and Hydian Way, even in the corporate sector and hut space. It's used either mixed in drinks or as an aerosol. It's a spice, but a nasty one, addictive and destructive. Heavy users are marked by a darkening of the blood vessels. You can see them through the flesh. They also. She paused for a moment, thinking of her brother, before continuing. Addicts are also prone to fits of uncontrollable rage. Like that which Toro showed in the restaurant, Mander said quietly. It still could have been used as a poison. Reen shuddered and shook her head. It wasn't a poisoning. It was an overdose. Mander blinked. He could not imagine Toro using a dangerous drug. But before he could say anything, Reen continued. The rage is a symptom of long-term use, as is the darkening of the blood vessels. The last few holos I've received from Toro, he was angry, upset. He blamed the Jedi for sending him out to the middle of nowhere. Felt he was getting a runaround from his contacts. He sounded bitter, frustrated. It wasn't like him. I didn't think about it at the time, but ran into a mutual friend on Kioran, another Pantoran. The friend said that Toro looked sick, and had gotten angry when asked about it. Sick, Mander said. A statement, not a question. Reen looked away from Mander. He said that Toro's veins were showing dark through his flesh. You think he was already addicted, said Mander. He felt the air go out of him. It was one thing for young Toro to give in to a momentary flash of anger. It was another if he had been using a drug all this time, without anyone knowing. No, he corrected himself. Without Mander or the Jedi Council knowing about it. Toro's sister knew, or at least suspected. I came here to confront him, to find out if he was okay, she said, making a gesture of frustration. We were not close. I left for space before he left to join your Jedi. But he was family, and I was worried. And you came here and found that he was dead, said Mander, hoping his voice covered what he felt inside. And that another Jedi was here, asking after him, said Reen. I didn't know if you had been working with him, or looking for him as well, or... She let her voice trail off. You didn't know if I was the one giving him the Tempest, said Mander flatly. Reen nodded, her mouth a thin line. Mander said, Your brother was on Makumte at the behest of the Jedi Order. That is true. But his assignment had nothing to do with spice in any form. He was supposed to meet someone in the restaurant, said the Pantoran. Probably someone to do with his mission, said Mander. Or perhaps his source for the drug, said Reen. Mander sighed. Any evidence that would be at the warehouse is gone now. We can probably track down the Bomu clan, though. There aren't many Rodians on Makumte. The Bomu clan is strictly small-time, said Reen. They are scattered across a dozen worlds like this. They hire out to just about anyone. There would be middle beings at best, Mander suggested. Still, there are best hope for finding out where this drug, this Tempest, is coming from. Reen thought for a moment. It is a pretty large clan, and provides muscle throughout the quadrant. Their scams vary from planet to planet, and sometimes different parts of the clan work for rival crime lords. The one thing that pulls them all together is vengeance. Take out one of them, and you can have the entire clan on your back in no time. I will remember to add them to the list of the Jedi's enemies, said Mander wryly. The conversation stopped as the waiter, a lumbering swokes, came with their meals. The waiter also set 3 small iron cups on the table, bubbling with what Mander hoped was an infusion of Ancionian tea, or at least the Makumte equivalent. Once the waiter left, Mander noticed that the bag containing the Tempest crystals was missing. He looked up sharply at Reen, who was staring into her cup as if the future lay there. Then he looked at the Badhan, who returned his glance with a gangly grin and reached into his vest, producing the envelope, which he handed back to Mander. Mander put the envelope back into his own robe pocket. Yes, we shouldn't leave things like this out to be found. And thank you for your help in rescuing both of us earlier. The Badhan raised both hands in an expression of what else could I have done. Reen looked up and said, Sorry, I didn't make introductions. Eddie Bire, here, is one of the best mechanics in this part of space. He can hotwire just about everything, from a speeder to a battle cruiser. Or a manual load lifter, added Mander. Does he speak? Only when I have to, replied the Badhan, in a deep voice with an educated core accent. Despite himself, Mander blinked in surprise. It was not the voice he expected to come out of the furry muzzle of a Badhan. Eddie believes that when you don't say much, people forget about you, and they let things slip, said Reen. Once he comes to trust you, he's positively chatty. Again, the Badhan retreated into mime, raising both hands in a comical shrug and dug into a crate steak. Mander nodded. The intelligence-gathering abilities of the Badhan people were legendary. He turned back to Reen. What can you tell me about the Tempest drug itself? Not a lot, said Reen. It showed up less than a year ago, and suddenly it's all over the place. At first it was like any other type of spice, used for medicinal and, recreational purposes. Mander nodded for her to continue. Tempest is one of the really bad ones, said Reen, lowering her voice now and leaning forward. It's extremely addictive, and long-term users are clearly marked. Like a lot of spice, it makes the user feel good, but at a price. She paused a moment, then added, I need to ask. The Jedi in your studies, do you use, The question surprised Mander Zuma. He pursed his lips and said, No. Another silence stretched out between them, and he added, Some types of spice provide boosts in telepathy or empathy, but always at a cost of control. No Jedi would seriously use spice when dealing with the Force. Another silence, and even Eddie had stopped eating. Reen's eyes were unfocused, and her mind was wrapped up in a now-distant memory. The Jedi could imagine what she was thinking about. Mander added, I am very sorry about your brother. Even before I came here, she said, I knew I had lost him. I had lost him to his dreams. I had lost him to the Jedi. And I had lost him to the spice. Toro's mission to Makumte had nothing to do with spice, Mander repeated. He was here to negotiate for a set of space coordinates. I don't know how or why he became involved in Tempest. Regardless, I am sorry. She looked into the Jedi's unwavering eyes. I believe you, said Reen after a moment, and went back to picking at her steak. Then she looked up. I'm sorry for shooting at you. You would not be the first, Mander said. The 3 ate in silence. After a few moments, Reen said, Where does that leave us? Mander suppressed a shrug. I don't know if it leaves us anywhere. The spice that he used has been destroyed, along with its local distributors. I want to find out where the spice came from, but I also must finish Toro's mission, and I don't know if one is tied to the other. But someone else may want those coordinates, and someone definitely knew about Toro's addiction and deliberately spiked the wine with an overdose. That means I have competition for what I need, and must act quickly. Reen did not look up from her meal. Then, as if realizing something for the first time, she said, "You said he was looking for space coordinates? Doesn't seem like much of a mission for a Jedi." "They are for the Unabridged spiral," said Mander in a low voice. Both Reen and Eddie looked up, and Reen let out a low whistle. "The Unabridged spiral? That's a naughty bit of space. It's a swirling maelstrom of protostars and dark matter just looking for ships to blow up. Even spacers who make the Kessel Run know better than to try it. Who would have been foolhardy enough to have mapped it?" "That I do not know," said Mander. "But I do know who has the coordinates, and that Toro was supposed to meet with them in orbit above Makumte." Reen looked at him thoughtfully. "Once you get the coordinates, you'll need someone who knows the space lanes to confirm them." "I know my galactic navigation," said Mander. "I've studied the relevant texts on my way here." "Meaning you've never programmed a navicomp, have you?" Reen's eyes lit up. "Probably had some droid do it. It's an art form, you know. You mess up the numbers and, well, it's not pretty, that's all." "Are you volunteering to help?" asked Mander, and the Bahan made a coughing noise like the steak was going down a breathing tube. "Not volunteering," said Reen, ignoring her companion. "If Toro was killed for Jedi business, then it makes it my business as well. If someone overdosed or poisoned him to keep him from these coordinates, I'd like to meet them. And if they decide to come after me, you'd like to be there," said Mander. Reen gave a shrug, and stabbed at the last of her steak. "You're my best lead," she said. "Do you have a ship?" asked the Jedi. Reen hesitated with the large forkful of steak and set it down on the iron plate. The Bahan was grinning, but said nothing. "Well," said the Pantoran, suddenly more circumspect. "Yes and no." "How much yes and how much no?" asked Mander. Reen said, "There is a ship, the Ambition. But it's not what you would call functional." The Bahan was making a chuffing noise that Mander could swear was chuckling. It was Mander's turn to raise his eyebrows. "How non-functional is it?" "Extremely non-functional," said the Bahan, and there was clear amusement in his voice. "It is in a couple of pieces," started Reen. "More than a dozen major ones," added Eddie. "Not counting the—" "A few pieces," corrected Reen, staring daggers at the Bahan. "Just a few pieces. Back on a landing pad on Kioran. If," she added quickly, cutting off Eddie Bire, "they haven't sold it off for scrap to pay for the berthing fee." The Bahan merely smiled and folded his furred hands in front of himself. "Ah," said Mander. "So you are stranded here. But someone with the coordinates for the Unabridged spiral. And the ability to check them out," Reen put in. "Would be able to write their own ticket," finished Mander. "Sounds fair enough. Yes, I think an experienced pilot would be helpful. If I get the coordinates and they check out, you can have them as well. The Jedi don't have much in the way of material belongings, so consider it Toro's bequest." "He's giving in too easily," said the Bahan. "There has to be a catch." "There is," said Mander. "The catch is the people who have the coordinates, the ones who kept Toro jumping through hoops for weeks." "So my brother was negotiating with tough customers," said Reen. "How bad can they be?" Mander said. "Toro was negotiating with the Hutts." Now it was the previously calm Bathan's turn to react, his eyes wide and his fur raised from the crown of his head back along his spine. "You can't be serious?" he managed. Completely, said Mander. I know that the Bathans and the Huts have bad blood, so if you want to back out at this point, I would understand. Eddie opened his mouth to reply, but Reen beat him to the punch. Bad blood isn't the problem. Bahans and Huts are natural competitors. The problem is that you can't trust any Huts. Period. I believe the one we are dealing with can be trusted, said Mander. Reen stifled a laugh and said, The only people who tolerate the Huts are those who have to work for them, and even then they work very hard to keep them at an arm's length. Every single Hut is a criminal and a thief. Their entire civilization is built upon the powerful stealing from the weak. They survived the destruction of their original homeworld, Varl, and proceeded to steal another one from a less powerful species. Now Enel Huta is a haven for the crime lords, and its moon, Enar Shada, is rife with corruption. Granted, said Mander. But the old republic dealt with the Huts when they had to, and in this case the benefits were considered worth it. And if all Huts are untrustworthy, that means you can depend on what they will do. They are predictable, said the Edibire. That is a far cry from dependable. You're making a mistake dealing with them in the first place, said Reen. If you want my professional opinion, and in your long experience, said Mander, you've never dealt with Huts? That's the point, countered Reen. I have. And it is a job best done through middle beings and fixers with strong stomachs and weak morals. It is not a question of if a Hut will betray you, but when. So you're saying no, then? Mander asked with a sigh. Eddie made to say something, but Reen overrode him again. I'm saying that you had best be careful. They're not like most of the other sentients you encounter out here on the Rim. Their brains don't even work the same way as everyone else's, she said. And they're resistant to your Jedi mind tricks. I have reliable information to that effect, said Mander. I believe that it is one reason they are willing to deal with the Order. They feel we are at a disadvantage in negotiations, both with our limited ability to affect them and our tendency to deal with people fairly. In other words, you're predictable, muttered Eddie. Reen ignored him. They will stab you in the back at the first hint of a profit. And Huts deal in spice, she said firmly. They do, said Mander. So the question is, do these Huts deal in that type of spice? Reen bit her lip, and the Badhan watched her as the wheels turned. At length she said, Do you think that this is involved with my brother's death? Mander shook his head. You said that, not me. I don't have enough information one way or another. A rival group may be after the coordinates, and they gave your brother the overdose. Or it may be for some other matter he was investigating. Toro's reports were brief, so it could be that he became involved in investigating this tempest himself. In any event, I can use someone who understands the possible perils, and you seem to meet that requirement. Are you still interested? Reen looked at Eddie, and if the Badhan communicated anything to the Pantoran, it eluded Mander's senses. But after a moment, she nodded. We're in. Tell us about this trustworthy Hut that you poor, naive Jedi have been dealing with. These Huts belong to the Anjuliak clan. Have you heard of them? Both of them looked at him blankly. They are not one of the ruling clans, but are on the next level down, socially. The Patriarch is Papar Anjuliak, and he is the one who has the navigation codes. Any idea where he got these codes in the first place? Said Reen. No, said Mander, although it's not hard to speculate. The Anjuliaks are a trading clan, and apparently spend a great deal of effort in discovering new items and markets. The idea that someone in his employ discovered, or stole, or otherwise acquired the codes is not beyond reason. Palpera and the Angeliacs have a good reputation, continued Mander, adding quickly, good obviously being relative when dealing with Hutts. He is ancient in Hutt terms, and has built a reputation for straightforward trade. From all our reports, he is sharp but honest in his dealings, and always gets what he wants. He pays his people well, and has a surprising amount of loyalty. Luxury, said Eddie B. Ray, and the other two looked at him. The Bahan finished the last of his meal and said, Hutts would see loyalty, or treating one's workers well, as a luxury, as much a status symbol as a humanoid dance slave or a storied piece of hollow art. If this trustworthy Hutt cannot own entire planets, the ability to engage in such extravagant actions would be a conspicuous display of power. Mander nodded. I hadn't considered that as a possibility. Reen put in. Keep this in mind, the Hutts have no words in their language for thank you. The best they can manage is bargain you know a Yache Taguma. Your services will be rewarded. I know enough Hutties to get by, said Mander. Even taught a bit to your brother. That is one of the reasons why he was chosen for this particular mission. Despite himself, Mander frowned at the reminder of sending Toro off. He pressed on. Regardless, Palpera and Juliac has a good reputation, and I think we can trust him. Reen looked at Mander a long moment, her head tilted. At last she said, What kind of Jedi are you? Mander blinked for a moment, confused by the question. What do you mean? Reen's eyes narrowed. You didn't know about the Tempest. And you're negotiating for a set of space coordinates. With a Hutt. A Hutt that you're willing to trust. Your brother was willing to trust this Hutt, said Mander calmly, his face a mask now, belying his irritation. And look where that got him, she retorted. Then she realized what she had said. A shocked look crossed her face and she turned away. Mander was unsure what to say. He looked at Eddie B. Ray, and the Bahan nodded at him to continue. A Jedi goes where he is needed, said Mander. Your brother, regardless of his fate, knew this. I taught him that, as I myself was taught. I will finish Toro's task and, if I can, bring those responsible for his death to justice. I would appreciate your help. He looked at the Bahan. Both of you. Reen looked up and pushed the night blue hair back across her forehead. You'll need our help if you're going to survive out here in the real world. You have to drive a hard bargain with the Hutts. Anyone who would trust a Hutt needs someone to keep them from walking into walls or falling down a well. It might as well be us. The Bahan nodded and Mander said, Very well then. Welcome aboard. Reen leaned forward on the table and templed her fingers together. She said, So when do we meet this good Hutt of yours? First thing tomorrow, said Mander. Popper's yacht should pull into orbit this evening. I am supposed to meet his factotum at the starport at dawn. Berth Y27. Meet me there and you'll get a chance to draw your own conclusions. Chapter 3. Popper the Hutt. Yuba Sanuba Charaman, said the Hutt factotum, looking at the trio over the top of a heavy set of data goggles. At the Hutt's side, a protocol droid made of greenish metal translated. You said you would be coming alone, it said in a neutral voice, lacking inflection. Do the Hutts consider members of one's entourage as independent beings? Countered Mander, his face an unconcerned mask. He had reviewed the available volumes on Hutt customs and society before he had left Yavin 4. Or are they merely extensions of one's own will? The factotum had a greenish cast to its flesh, and its long lashes batted at Reen, Mander, and Eddie. A female, realized Mander, or rather a hut in female state. The great slug-like creatures could be either gender, and manifested secondary sexual traits differently throughout their lives. The idea of calling one male or female was usually left to the observer. The huts themselves seemed to be unconcerned about whether they were male or female at any moment. Indeed, many of their titles such as Lorda or Master were considered gender neutral. This one's head seemed to be narrower and taller than most as well, looking more like a spear point than a flattened triangle. She continued, speaking in the sibilant tongue of Huttese. And you are the previous Jedi's replacement in the negotiations? Translated the droid, an H-Series 3PO unit. The Hutt's lackadaisical manner indicated that she didn't care if he was or not. I was his teacher, said Mander. And I came to finish the task he was assigned. The factotum punched a few toggles on her pad, then adjusted her data goggles up over her eyes. The goggles' oversized lenses made her eyes look huge, even for a Hutt. Surprisingly, the next time she spoke, it was in basic, albeit in a halting fashion that communicated nothing so much as distaste for doing so, as if the words were bitter in her mouth. I am Vago Jujali. I am Mighty Papara's chief advisor, majordomo, and factotum. Benevolent Papara is very busy, so most of your dealing will be with me. Treat me with the respect that wise Papara has earned. Of course, said Mander, and the Hutt turned and slithered toward the shuttle. Mander turned to the others, and was struck by the scowls they both wore. You can still stay behind, he suggested. I would not miss this for all the spice on Ryloth, said Reen. Just remember, let me do the talking, Mander said. Later I will ask about your impressions. They boarded the ship, and Mander watched the jade-green 3PO unit organizing the stowage of supplies, rantweed clusters, pickled zog, noric loaves, and many kegs of cashiak ale. The last was interesting, even in the larder of a Hutt epicure. The shuttle lifted off smoothly from the spaceport, the ship helmed by a team of Glus Nikto. The pale Nikto spoke to one another in a low, atonal language but reported to Vago in Huttese. Mander did not doubt for a moment that the factotum was fluent in Nikto as well as in Basic, and did not doubt that she would rather sprain her tongue than speak it. The Hutt settled herself onto a great cushion along the back wall of the ship and busied herself with her datapad and goggles. It was as if Mander Zuma and his entourage had ceased to exist, having no more importance than the ale kegs. Mander watched the sprawl of the tract, the unlimited graveyard of Makinte, extend out to the horizon as the shuttle rose. To Vago he said, We appreciate benevolent Papara's willingness to continue negotiations in this matter even after Toro Irana's passing. Vago responded without looking up from her pad, the droid translating. You may thank efficient and diligent Vago for that kindness. Most of the negotiations were through her offices. The previous Jedi was fairly effective, and the offer tendered through him remains sufficient, regardless of who offers it. Reen looked at the Hutt. Then you knew you knew the previous Jedi. Vago looked up at Reen and blinked, her eyes magnified beneath the data goggles. She looked at Mander as if expecting him to cuff an insolent subordinate for speaking out of turn. When the older Jedi did not, she huffed and muttered a reply in Huttese, the droid translating. He dealt through our agents, and I believe he met both of Papara's spawn at one time or another. He never met gentle and wise Papara, if that is what you are getting at. He was fairly effective, as I said. She then returned to whatever she had on her data pad, the pale Nikto crew droning in their native languages as the ground dropped away beneath them. Eddie remained quiet, taking everything in. Reen and Mander watched the sky darken beyond the viewports, and the tomb-dotted horizon turn into a planetary curve. There was a sparkle about the edge of the curve, which grew as they approached from a solitary pip of light into the dagger shape of an Ubrikian space yacht. The long, tapered bow cut like a knife blade among the stars, and the navigation spars bracketed the four rear engines. This was an air-breathing craft, and could land on a planet, should Papera and Gilliac ever deign to put common dirt beneath his belly. Even so, the ship was buffed to a reflective brilliance. Mander did not doubt that there were at least half a dozen turboblasters concealed along the length of the bow, and that the shuttle was being tracked in the yacht's crosshairs as they approached. Vago snapped off her datapad and readjusted her goggles. "Imru Oatmian," she said, then translated in Basic. "The Wandering Outlander." Then she barked an order in Huttese, and the shuttle nestled itself at the belly of the yacht. The hissing of seals confirmed the docking, and Vago led the group to the lift tube, the green droid fussing among the pale Nikto behind them, readying the cargo for transfer. The lift tube itself was opulent, with mirrored walls, mosaic crystal floors, and door irises made of muskwood. Vago seemed supremely disinterested in both her surroundings and her companions. The door hissed to a stop and spiraled open. The hatch revealed the hulking form of a Wookiee, who pushed his way into the tube without waiting for the others to depart. Reen and Mander stepped back, but Eddie held his ground, and the Wookiee was brought up short, towering over the smaller Bahan. The two locked eyes, and for that long moment it looked like the Wookiee would attack. Mander could smell the alcohol on the Wookiee's breath, and realized that this was why they were bringing on more ale from Kashyyyk. Finally, the Bahan stepped away and let the Wookiee shamble in, away from the hut. For her part, Vago slipped past the drunken Wookiee and shepherded the others down the hall. "One of young Xanos' companions," she said, without further explanation, biting off the words in Huttese. "There will be others on board." The end of the hallway was another great door of muskwood, this one with settings of silver. Another green 3PO unit, this one a bit more dented and battered, stood by the door. Apparently, thought Mander, it hadn't gotten out of the Wookiee's way in time. "Announce us," Vago said in Huttese, and the protocol droid snapped to attention and hand-palmed the lock, the hatch irising silently outward. In Basic, the droid crackled. "His most mighty and powerful lord, his most wise and generous master, his most understanding and thoughtful leader, Papera and Gilliac, Papera the Hutt." The room was dark in the manner that Hutts preferred, and wafted with the smells of smoke and slightly spoiled meat. The room itself was hut-sized, with 3 great alcoves along the other walls. All 3 were sumptuously furnished with rich tapestries and thick cushions. Mander noted briefly that the one on their left was empty, but the one on their right held a large young Hutt laughing with a trio of Wookiees. Empty kegs and used hokum pipes were scattered about. But he had scant time to take that in, for Papera the Hutt occupied the central alcove. Mander knew that Papera was old, 9 centuries if the data disks had been correct, and had the wheeliness of one who'd had to fight to survive every year. Hutts grew continuously throughout their entire lives, and Papera was enormous, his flesh marked with gray patches and old whitened scars of earlier conflicts. His eyes, though, were as brilliant as a morning on Yavin 4. 3 green-hued Twi'lek females in long, diaphanous robes dabbed him with perfumed sponges, and one of them broke from her ministries as the massive Hutt let out a low, almost animal growl. "Ciao beso, Jedi," said the old Hutt, and the floor itself vibrated from the deepness of his voice. "Wise Papera bids you welcome," said the Twi'lek, flashing sharpened teeth as she spoke. "Dobra grandio ma lorda Papera and Gilliac," said Mander Zuma, wrapping his tongue around the difficult glottal stops of the Huttese. "I am honored, my lord Papera and Giliac." The great Hutt made a deep rumbling comment, and the Twi'lek handmaidens giggled. The tallest one said, "He says that your accent is horrible. He understands your language, and it is apparent you understand his. Shall I continue to translate for you and spare you further embarrassment?" "Please," said Mander, "for the sake of my companions, if not just clarity for me." Another flash of sharpened teeth, and the Hutt made another deep comment. "Puissant Papera declares that the offer the new Jedi Order has made for the coordinates of the Andrexa spiral is sufficient. I am pleased that it is so, and appreciate Papera's willingness to part with it." Mander nodded. Another deep rumble, which the Twi'lek translated as, "Knowledge is like water, hard to contain once it has been unleashed." Though he notes that if you have a Bahan in your party, such knowledge will not be kept secret long. She looked daggers at Eddie, who merely held up both palms and at "Who, me?" response that Mander had already become accustomed to. Mander started to say that the coordinates would help many, but the ancient Hutt let out a string of belches. "Sage Papera would, however, like to expand the deal we have agreed to. Mighty Papera bids you serve his family." "Here it comes," said Reen under her breath. Mander ignored her. "Please continue." A long string of Huttese followed, sounding like a hot spring covered with mud. The Twi'lek's forehead creased as she sought to remember it all. Concerned Papera notes that there is a plague on the planet Endergad, on the far side of the Andrexa spiral. The world is close to the corporate sector authority, and the CSA has placed it under quarantine, interdicting all ships in and out. The plight of the Endergadi has touched beneficent Papera's heart, and he wishes to make a gift of medicinal spice to the world. The CSA will have nothing to do with dealing with Hutts, and Papera regrets that their lack of appreciation may cause greater suffering. You will be provided a ship carrying the spice with the coordinates already locked into the computer. Mander shot Reen a look at the mention of spice, and the spacer's eyes were wide. She started to say something, but was drowned out by the return of the Wookiee from the lift tube, the huge creature bearing a keg of ale underneath each burly arm and shouting a welcoming cry. The other Wookiees in the smaller hut's alcove responded in kind, and Mander took the opportunity to touch Reen on the shoulder and shake his head. The factotum Vago might tolerate such an interruption, the Sheikh said, but it would be unlikely that Papera would, despite his stated benevolence. For his part, the older Hutt unleashed a caustic tirade of abusive gutturals at the Wookiees and the younger Hutt. While the Twi'lek did not translate any of the exchange, Mander did not need to know Huttese to understand a parent berating a misbehaving child. The younger Hutt looked wounded, and he and the Wookiee settled into muttering, the new returnee pointing at Eddie in particular. Addressing the Twi'lek, Mander said, "On behalf of the Jedi and all caring and concerned peoples of the galaxy, we thank Papera for his generosity, but question his interest in but one planet, and inquire if there is not something else he needs us to be aware of." The Twi'lek took a short, insulted intake of breath, but the ancient Hutt let out a deep sigh and spoke in a low tone to his translator, who then addressed Mander. "Mighty Papera has seen 2 of his spawn grow to maturity. Xanos, here, is the elder of the 2. She made an almost imperceptible head nod toward the Hutt and his Wookiee entourage. His youngest child is Mika. Mika and Giliac was on Endergad when the plague hit, and the CSA interdicted the world. There has been no word of him since then, and Papera, a caring parent, is concerned. The child is impetuous." Mander nodded and said, "I understand his concern for one of a younger generation. We will be glad to see delivery of the medical supplies and determine what happened to your son. We keep the ship," Reen interrupted. Mander shot her a sudden, shocked look, but the older Hutt merely chortled. Of course, said the Twi'lek. When gracious Papera expanded the deal, he meant to expand both the risk and the reward. The ship will be more than sufficient payment for this favor. Papera the Hutt shifted forward on his cushions, his great girth hanging over the sides, towering over Mander and the others like an avalanche of flesh. His eyes softened, and for a moment he looked very, very old and alone. In a quiet voice he said in basic, "Bring me back my son." Then he settled back, and it was as if the moment had not happened. He was no longer a concerned father, merely a Hutt employer. Two of the robed Twi'leks dabbed at him with scented fluids, and the third asked, "Are you amenable to this addendum?" "We will do our best," said Mander. "Vago Jijali will see to your needs," said the Twi'lek, and the great Hutt closed his eyes to mere slits, a sign that the audience was at an end. "Bargain you know Yuyat," Papera said by way of benediction, "you will be rewarded. Your thanks, the coordinates, and the ship are reward enough," said Mander. He turned, leading the two others through the muskwood doors. In the hallway, the H3PO unit directed them down to a meeting room. Reen leaned in close to Mander and said, "I told you that you need to drive a hard bargain with the Hutts." "And I told you," said Mander, "to let me do the talking." The briefing room was better lit but equally sumptuous, with raised ramps along one wall and a table and chairs more suitable for hominids in the center. Tasteful but opulent statues stood in niches along one wall. Reen examined one made of a rose-colored mineral depicting an incongruous Hutt emerging from a sweeping fountain of water. Reen reached out to touch a finger to the delicately carved foam. Vago, behind them, spat out a string of Hutties. The slightly dented green H3PO unit trailed after her like a moon in the Hutt's tidal wake. The droid said, "That statue was presented to mighty Papera to commemorate the successful birth of his youngest child Mika. It is carved of a single emeraldite crystal. Such statuary would often be protected by virulent contact poisons, but that one has been detoxified." Despite the non-toxic assurance, Reen pulled back her hand. Vago ignored her and moved over to the table, toggling a switch. A holodisplay illuminated the schematics of a ship in the center of the table. It was shaped like a blunted arrowhead. "This vessel is waiting at landing pad X-13 on Makamte," said Vago through the droid. "It is being loaded as we speak." Reen's attention was on the ship at once, the statue now forgotten. "That's a Suwantech TL-1200 freighter," she said. "Dependable model, easily modded and customized. Can be handled solo, but flies better with a crew. 2 quad laser turrets. No custom work that I can see. Bit dinged up. It will do." She nodded her approval to Mander. "Better condition than our last ship," muttered Eddie, punching up a detailed schematic. Vago ignored both of them and handed Mander a data pad. The droid translated. "The medicinal spice will be loaded into the aft compartments. We don't know the specific details of the plague itself, so the spice is a broadband antisporant and pain suppressor." Reen's head popped up from checking the ship's stats. Mander saw her jaw tighten slightly as she asked, "Does Allwise Papera do a lot of trade in spice?" Vago looked over her data goggles at the Pantoran, then shrugged. The droid translated without comment. Some. Mostly medicinal. This is not the first time Great Popera has directed spies to handle a crisis. He also ships glitterstim when he chooses to speculate on the market. Nothing worse? Said Reen. She tried to keep the words light, but Mander could see the shadow of a disapproving frown. The Hutt factotum's eyes narrowed, and the droid hesitated before translating. No. Benevolent Popera chooses not to deal in slaves or in hard spices. He sees that there is enough misery in the galaxy without adding to it, and enough opportunity that he may gain wealth without contributing to that misery. Regardless, said Mander, I think we should check the cargo before we get to Endrigad. It would be embarrassing to be found running contraband. The CSA in particular takes a dim view of spies smugglers. Vago made a chuffing noise. Understood, said the droid, taking the datapad from the Jedi. It handed the pad to Vago, who punched a few more buttons and handed it back. This clears you to access the crates, and allows you to determine that they are what we claim them to be. I am sorry if I sound untrusting, said Mander. Vago's face was a blank, offering no more clue to her thoughts than the droid translator. Not at all. Hutts have a, shall we say, reputation in such things. One assumes that all Hutts are criminals, just as all Bathans are spies. Despite himself, Mander shot a glance at Eddie, who was poring over the ship's schematics and paying no apparent attention to any of them. Reen had joined him in investigating the plans. Wise Popera is no fool, Vago continued through the droid. He has survived clan wars and assassination attempts, and has found a position of strength in honesty. That is one reason to deal with the Jedi. Your order does not leap to conclusions quite as rapidly as others. We try to keep open minds, said Mander. Vago let out a snort and spoke in Huttese, holding up a hand to instruct the droid not to translate for the others. In Huttese she said, Pity that the CSA does not follow your example. We have hit a wall dealing with them. Xanos himself has taken over the negotiations, and hasn't gotten much farther. In the meantime, Popera is distracted by his missing son, and the business suffers. And that makes it my worry. Said Mander in Basic. You are not worried about Mika? I worry about Popera and his lineage, said Vago, choosing her words carefully. To Mander it seemed that the Hutt wanted him to hear the words without going through a translator. Benevolent Popera inspires loyalty, and hopes to make that loyalty his gift to his children. Xanos is more typical of our species, but Mika has potential. I think that is why Popera is concerned. You are not Angeliac clan, are you? Asked Mander. He shot a glance at his two companions, but they were still looking at the schematics. He wondered idly if the Bathan understood Huttese. No, I was spawned of the Jajali family, said Vago. I am not familiar with that clan, said Mander. Because I am the only one in it, said Vago, her face expressionless. I said that Popera has survived numerous clan wars. The Jajalis were among the clans that confused openness for weakness and sought to defeat the Angeliacs. I am the survivor. Mander raised an eyebrow. And yet you work for him? Vago let out a deep sigh, and for a moment the officious mask of the majordomo slipped. I was but a child, and by rights and tradition Popera could have ended my life. Instead he brought me in and trained me as his own. I owe him much, and I want to see his true child return to him. It is difficult to explain to an outlander. We outlanders understand more than you think, said Mander. One last question. Why was Mika on Endrigad in the first place? From the corner of his eye, Mander noticed the Bothan's head come up a bit. Eddie was definitely listening now. Vago stiffened slightly and lowered her hand, allowing the droid to resume its translation, the air of familiarity gone once more. Family business. One of our many holdings is Skydive Freight. The office is in Tel Bolin, the main colony on the planet. Mika was negotiating with geode miners. A small task, but Papera wants his children to understand the business. No one anticipated the plague, or the quarantine. Does the other son, Xanos, do small tasks as well? Asked Mander. Sometimes, said Vago through the droid, and then allowed herself a deep chuckle. If they are not too complicated. Will the CSA be expecting us? No. We offered aid but they turned it down, said Vago. They will not be expecting it this soon in any event, as a normal ship would have to go around the spiral. They will probably have at least one ship in orbit, and knowing the CSA, it's probably an old rust bucket with limited maneuverability, but enough ordnance to start a small war. That would be expected with the corporate sector, said Mander. The coordinates should bring you in on the far side of the system. Prescient Vago recommends you run the blockade. Translated the H3PO unit. Use some of the medicine to bribe the local officials on the ground. If you need to, offer the remaining spice to the CSA by way of an apology later. The plague is truly secondary compared with the safety of an Angeliac scion. Mander nodded. Papera may be described as benevolent, wise, and kindly, but the fate of a world would not matter next to Mika. The Angeliac family leaves such matters to your discretion, spoke the droid. And you will need to be vaccinated, of course. Vago will summon a medical droid. If you need anything else, this unit will see to your needs. Not waiting for the droid to finish, Vago gingerly slithered through the door. Do we have enough information? Asked Mander. Reen had been drawn into the schematics. The Bahan looked up and saw Mander pointing to the walls and to the droid. The Bahan nodded. Both of them assumed listening devices in the walls, and droids had big receptors. A moment, Jedi, said the droid. There is someone else who would speak with you. Vago will be back soon enough, but I think we are available, said Mander. Not the others, I'm afraid, said the droid, looking at the Bahan. Just the Jedi. For a moment. Mander looked at Eddie, and the Bahan shrugged. The Jedi left Eddie and Reen going over the manifest, and followed the droid across the hall. The warm room was dimly lit, and stank worse than the grand meeting room. As soon as he entered, 2 Wookiees closed in behind him, blocking the door. 2 more flanked the elder son, Xanos, sprawled on a repulsor-lift couch. The hairs on the back of Mander's neck stood up in a way that they had not in the presence of the older Hutt. The younger creature was in better shape, and although smaller, he seemed more malignant than his parent. His flesh had a bluish sheen, and even in this light Mander could see that his eyes were red and rheumy. Too much of the hokum. Mighty Xanos, may his digestion always be sound, said the droid, and the Wookiees behind them gave a laugh. Mander said nothing, and Xanos spat out a string of guttural noises, rounded by drink and almost impossible for Mander to translate. The droid put in. Kindly Xanos wants to wish you good luck on your mission and tell you that he has no hard feelings over an outlander being chosen to aid the family. This is a dangerous situation, and Xanos wants you to know you have the support of the clan. I appreciate kindly Xanos' concern, and that of Clan Angeliac, said Mander. Another slurred garble, and the droid hesitated. One of the Wookiees smacked it across the back of the head, and it spat out. Mighty Xanos wants you to know that even if you failed to find his brother or, Ardos forbid, are too late to save him, you will still have an ally among the Angeliacs. Xanos waited for the droid to finish, then managed a lazy, single wink. It laughed, and for a moment Mander's blood ran cold. Then the Wookiees grabbed Mander by the shoulders and forcefully escorted both him and the droid back into the hallway. That went better than usual, said the droid, touching its head casing where the Wookiee had smacked it. Let us get back to the others. When they returned, both Reen and Eddie were rubbing their shoulders from the ball-shaped medical droid administering a vaccination with a wicked-looking needle. Vago had returned as well. Where did you disappear to? Asked the Hutt in her native language. Xanos wanted to talk to me, said Mander, not waiting for the droid to translate. He figured that direct honesty was the best approach. Vago would cross-examine the droid in any event. The Hutt factotum harumphed and said in rapid Huttese, Then I should make this a double dose. Exposure to Xanos is sometimes fatal. I have included information on Endragad, Mika, the disease itself, and what we know about the quarantine blockade. Vago focused Mander's attention so that he did not notice the ball droid swooping around and quickly injecting him with a vaccine. There should be no problems with the vaccine, Vago said. She looked at the Bahan and added, If there are any odd symptoms, contact us at once. The 3PO unit will see you are returned to the spaceport. Eddie just growled at Vago's back as the Hutt left. The medical droid swept up behind her. What just happened? Said Reen. Let's talk about it later, said Mander. Are you ready to go? I've got a ship, I've got a cargo, and I've got a lot of questions to be answered, said Reen. Ready as I'll ever be. I've even named the ship. Oh? What's that? New ambition, said Reen with a smile. Just ignore the fact, added Eddie, that the old ambition is now so much scrap. Otherwise it is not an auspicious name at all. The one you hunt is named Manderzuma, said Coax to the ghostly image. He is a Jedi of middling years and equally middling ability. Unlike most of his breed, he is surprisingly light in legends of daring that seem to accrete to these monks. He is, in short, a nondescript. Hardly a challenge for one such as yourself. Across from the Cladoinian hovered the image of Hidu, matriarch of the Bomu clan. She was a thin, wasp-like female, made even more ethereal by the holographic projection. Behind her lurked the flickering of others shifting just at the edges of the image field, relatives acting as bodyguards, in the Radian fashion. The Radian matriarch let out a long, wheezing sigh. She contained more air than her phantom image suggested. Even so, she managed to exhale a question. You are sure he is the one? The one who killed my clan children on Makumte? I have confirmed it, said Coax politely. He made little point in concealing his identity, as the Jedi priests are wont to do. He apparently was the teacher of the other Jedi, the one you poisoned. On your orders, said Hidu. On the orders of the Spice Lord, said Coax, pulling her authorization around her like a cloak. The Radian matriarch made a gurgling, chugging noise that Coax assumed was laughter. Perhaps the Jedi hunts for his own vengeance. Coax considered the Rodian's worldview, one of continual revenge against slights real and imagined, and thought that in this case it had merit. Perhaps, she said. What of his companions? Definitely so. You have learned of his companions? Said the Radian, her trumpet-belled antennae practically quivering. A Pantoran spacer, Rhaenyrana, said Coax. Sister to the Jedi we had killed. The matriarch let out a long angry hiss, and Coax wondered if the Radian leader had been dipping into her own private spice supplies. Yes, that makes sense. The Jedi seeks vengeance, and brings along others of a similar mind. From everything that Coax had learned, that seemed unlikely, but she said nothing to dissuade the Radian. And about Han. They were the ones who killed your clan children and burned your stocks. Badhan, said the Radian, and let out a string of curses. You can always find one of them wherever there is trouble. Where are they now? They are guests of a Hutt clan lord aboard his yacht, in orbit over Makumte, said Coax. The matriarch stroked a few long hairs on her chin. A carefully timed shuttle, loaded with explosives, could bring down any yacht. No, said Coax. That will not do. The matriarch seethed through the holographic connection. The Jedi has killed my clan children. Nothing else should stand in the way of vengeance. They are on a Hutt ship, said Coax calmly. Do you think that the protection that my lord offers is sufficient to protect you from a Hutt patriarch? It is bad enough that we have to worry about the Jedi Order. I do not want a Hutt mercantile clan prying into our business. The ancient Radian rocked back, hissing in displeasure, and almost disappeared from the holographic view entirely. Coax wondered if the refusal to condone the bombing had given the old raptor an aneurysm. The Radian recovered herself, though. Measuring her words as carefully as if they were grains of tempest itself, she said, What would you have us do? I want your vow that you will not act against the Hutts, said Coax. As long as we have a chance against the Jedi and his allies, responded the matriarch. Fair enough, said the Cladoinian. Her long fingers danced over the keys of the display. They are making for the Endergad system, in a Sointech freighter. I am giving you the coordinates where they should appear. Matriarch Hida's eyes lit up at the sight of the figures, and Coax remembered that the ancient bird had been a spacer as well. She probably could outfly most of her clan. I know these coordinates. Who is this Jedi, that he walks such secret paths? One favored by a Hutt consortium, said Coax. And for that reason, if for no other, you should tread carefully. Intercept their ship on the way in. Do not do anything that would bring the Hutts down on top of our profitable trade. Hida chugged a deep laugh again. Because our Spice Lord does not want to share with the Hutts, I suppose? You may suppose as you see fit, said Coax, covering her lies with a thin smile. Someone to the right of the old woman handed her a datapad. Endergad, she said, scanning the information. Core are all over it. Quarantined. Interdicted. Bad business. All the more reason to catch their ship on the way in, and leave nothing but debris for the corporate sector to find. Coax glared at the matriarch with her good eye. Are we agreed? Matriarch Hida of the Bomu clan pulled her snout inward, trying to physically stave off her acquiescence as long as she could. At last she said, We are agreed. I can have one of our raiders in that sector within the day. There will be no survivors. Good, said Coax, and reached to disengage the screen. Before she could do so, though, Hida added quickly, I have but one question. Yes? Said Coax, her own patience thin now. It was always the last question, the last bit of information that created new problems. Thinking of the late Dijaro, whose death was now laid at the feet of the Jedi, Coax realized it must be a genetic tick of the clan, to ask one question too many. But the matriarch just smiled. How did you discover all this information? Names, ship ID, coordinates? You must have some contacts among their Hutt patrons to know all this. The Spice Lord is mighty, said Coax, with a great reach and powerful allies. Keep that in mind if you choose to go beyond my orders. And with that she broke the connection and the horrid, reed-thin Radian flashed out of existence. Coax let out a deep sigh. Would that all of her problems could disappear so easily? Tempest was now extant on 100 worlds, and while the Spice Lord had proven capable of meeting that great demand, there were always small matters to deal with: the local authorities, rival gangs, nosy interlopers trying to create, or steal, their own supply. 100 worlds, 100 tasks too small for the Spice Lord, but fit entirely for that most trusted servant, Coax the One-Eyed Cladoinian. She turned back to her guest in the small room. A deactivated 3PO unit, its metallic casing the color of the green evening sky on her homeworld, was partially collapsed in one chair. Hours before, she had borrowed it from its Angeliac masters as it oversaw the loading of medical supplies for Endragad. She had walked up to it, asked it for directions, and then spoke the override code that the Spice Lord had given her. The 3PO unit froze up for a moment, then entered into a fugue state. After that, it had easily allowed Coax to walk it to a quiet quarter and find out what was going on aboard Papera Angeliac's ship. Then she let it collapse in the chair while she did business with Matriarch Hida. She spoke another series of words now, and the droid reactivated, its eyes lighting up and its body suddenly shocking itself out of its dormant state. "I'm sorry," it said, then repeated itself as its diagnostics kicked in. "I'm sorry." One moment. Something has gone wrong. Was I offline? "I think so," said Coax. "I found you wandering near the landing bays about an hour ago. You seemed confused. Do you remember who you are?" "I am an H-3PO unit in service of the Angeliac clan. I report to Vago Jijali. I am charged with..." It paused for a moment and looked at Coax. "Do I know you?" "I don't think so," said Coax. "I brought you here, and was just about to crack your housing and see if anything had worked loose." She held up a pair of calipers as proof of her intentions. "Then you started up again on your own. You gave me a start." "Oh," said the droid, adding that information to its data files. "I need to return to my post. They will be missing me." "I don't doubt they will," said Coax. "Should I take you back to where I found you?" The droid tilted its head slightly, then shook it. "I need to return to my post. They will be missing me." Gently it rocked forward and rose, as if trying to regain its bearings. It waddled to the door in the shuffle that all protocol droids seemed cursed with. It turned at the last moment and said, "Thank you." "Do not mention it," said Coax. "But do yourself a favor and have your master run a full scan on you. Some of your couplings may be loose." The droid nodded and was gone, back to oversee the loading, its newly rebooted subroutine still trying to understand what had happened to it. Coax had no doubt that the droid would remember nothing. She had done this before, but the slightest glimmer of possible recognition made her uncomfortable. She went to the door and watched the droid move through the crowds of Swokes and other aliens, its movements getting more sure as it went. No, there would be no problem. One more of the 100 things that had to be handled on the behalf of Coax's lord. Perhaps there would be a day where it would all just move smoothly. The arrival of the pallets of pressed and cut drugs, the distribution, the credits trickling back up through a dozen false fronts. Perhaps the Spice Lord would not need a fixer, a repairwoman, someone who had the ability and cold-hearted resolve to do what needed to be done to keep everything moving smoothly. It would be nice if it happened, even for one day, Coax realized. But it was an unlikely dream, and the Cladoinian returned to her 100 other tasks. Chapter 4. To the Plague Planet. That evening Mander Zuma had a familiar dream, one that returned to him again and again over the years. He was on Coruscant, in the great Jedi Library, situated near the flat-top peak of the Jedi Temple. Here were the computer terminals, here the hallways leading to the holocron vaults, here the long shelves of holographic records, here the busts of the lost 20 Jedi who had left the Order. Yet something was wrong. The great vaulted rooms were empty, and somewhere in the distance a bell tolled in long, heavy peals. In the dream he walked. Sometimes it was hours, sometimes it only felt like hours. He met no one. Was this when the library was shut down, during the time of the Galactic Empire, when only the Emperor had access to the stacks, corrupting its volumes to meet his infernal needs? Was it some time later? Where were the other Jedi? Would he find Master Tyan here? But there was nothing except his own footsteps and the sound of the bell. And then he noticed that the glowing holoricords of the stacks were slowly going out. Darkness was overtaking them, their blue illumination swallowed by oblivion. Turning, he saw that the rooms behind him were consumed by darkness that had now caught up with him. Around him the holoricords were dying. Mander in his dream reached for his lightsaber, and it felt scaly and cold in his hand. Looking down, he saw that it had been replaced by a serpent, which now coiled around his wrist. The snake opened its mouth, and in the place of fangs there were twin lightsabers, glowing with a deep ruby light. And then he awoke and he was on Makumte again, the heavy sun just poking up over the horizon and flooding his room. He blinked and gathered himself. The dream was the same, and it left him with the same feeling each time, a feeling of sadness or insufficiency. Was there something he could have done in the dream? Was there something that he should have done? It did not feel prophetic, but rather accusatory. That he had been judged and found, not guilty, but merely unsatisfactory. The Imru Oatmian had left the previous night, its next port of call wherever Papara's business took him. The new ambition, as Reen had christened it, was at Berth X13, and she and Eddie had already moved into it, running every diagnostic they could think of. Reen had insisted on taking a full day to sweep the ship, stem to stern, for any type of bug. She would have taken another day if Mander had not made clear that they needed to be on their way to Endragad. Mander dressed and slowly packed his few belongings into a shoulder satchel, a spare set of clothing and the more formal robes he had worn to meet with Papara. He hefted his lightsaber. Once again he thought about how little affinity he had for the weapon. He had built it himself, harvesting the crystal at its heart, and meditating over it, imbuing it with the Force. Yet he never felt he had the connection with the device, the extension of one's own self into it. It was not a serpent, yet it wasn't a part of himself, either. It was a thing, a tool that could be used. Mander Zuma shook his head and attached the lightsaber to his belt. Reen and the Bahan would be waiting for him. He shoved the dream to the back of his mind, where it would wait for another night to haunt him. Hoisting his satchel, he went to join his crew on the new ambition. "The ship's clean," said Reen, coming back from the cargo hold. They had lifted off from Pad X-13 at the Makumte spaceport, and were now heading to the initial jump point pre-programmed into the navigation system. She threw herself into the co-pilot's chair in a frustrated tangle. Eddie was at the main controls, and Mander, his Magnaspecs pinching his nose, was fussing with the jump calculations, trying to make sense of the program. He had spent much of the previous day at it, and realized that Reen was correct. Despite his knowledge of space navigation in theory, the complexities of implementing a real-world example were a challenge. Reen said it looked okay. He would have to trust that the calculations were correct. Reen continued, "I've checked the cargo, the holds, and everywhere I would think to put a secret compartment. There's nothing except what they claim to be there. The medicinal spice is standard issue, though I will admit that it is of a superior grade. Nothing illegal there. Went over the ship with a bug buster, and no trackers or listening devices. Dittoed the computers. Everything is just as it is supposed to be. I'm glad you're happy, said Mander. He removed the magnospecs, folded them in on themselves, and placed them in his robe pocket, over his heart. I'm not, replied the Pantoran, pushing an errant dark hair out of her eyes. These are huts. There has to be something going on here that they are not telling us. There's probably much they didn't tell us, said Mander, as well as all the things they did not tell us until the last moment. Reen looked over at Mander. And maybe there's more. Maybe, said Eddie. No one has ever tried these coordinates before. Mander blinked and looked at Reen. She shrugged and walked over to the Jedi's station, pointing at the unspooling code. I'm not so sure. Most of this stuff looks like it was improvised. Pure seat of the pants flying, nothing you could normally get a droid or a Nabbit to do. Droids are too linear in their thoughts. This is much more like the recording of a spacer who got herself into trouble and was shocked and surprised to find that she lived through the experience. But I checked the figures 3 times. It should work. And it would be a fairly elaborate effort just to test if the coordinates are correct. They have their own ships and pilots, and indeed, they gave us this one, Mander said. Let's assume that what we've been told is true, and that these coordinates will take us to Endergad. Reen rubbed her arm where the vaccination needle had bit deep. Speaking of trust, what do we know about this plague? Mander motioned toward Vago's datapad. The Endergad plague is so far confined primarily to Endergad, thanks to the efforts of the Corporate Sector Authority. A smuggler's ship from the planet showed up in Rudrig, in the Tyan cluster, about 3 weeks ago. Its crew was too weak to land, and the ship was boarded and impounded. The CSA quickly slapped a lid down on Endergad itself, and have one of their dreadnoughts in orbit. No other cases off-planet? Asked Reen. Not according to this report, but the symptoms are similar to a couple of other known diseases that come from blasted, irradiated worlds, Mander noted. Symptoms include fever, dehydration, crusting around the mouth and ears, general weakness, and a thickening of the fingers and tongue. Repeated exposures can kill. Reen rubbed her arm again. I've never been to Endergad. Is it a blasted, irradiated world? Mander noticed her action. No, but it's no surprise you haven't visited it. It's hardly a tourist spot. Most of the planet is buttes, mesas, and dry washes. It is a pretty arid place, with the open bottomlands plagued by windstorms. One major city, Tel Bolin. Major product is the geode trade, crystals found within hollow rocks. Which is why Mika and Juliak was there, noted Reen. Mander nodded. Again, from the report, it looks like it was purely routine business dealings. Then, a couple of days after he arrived, everything went blasters up. And we have to find him, Reen said. A single hut on a big world. He'll definitely stand out in a crowd, said Mander. What do you think of his family? Can't say I like any of them, said Reen. Papera is fat, Xanos is slovenly, and Vago acts like she owns us. That's the hut trifecta right there. Papera is honest, said Eddie. Mander and Reen both looked at him. I can tell, said Eddie. It's not about ability or anything, but I can tell. Even when his words were translated through a droid. He didn't lie to you. But he may not have told the truth in all things, said Reen. Eddie raised his hands, palms up. You had asked if Papera's clan ran spice, said Mander. Did you get the response you expected? No, said Reen. I expected a stronger condemnation of it, if they were involved in trading hard spice. So it was a good answer, as far as they were concerned. A good answer, repeated Mandazuma. Then added, while you were sweeping the ship, I did take the opportunity of checking on the Bomu clan. No one had seen any of them on Mekumte since the night of the attack. They are all hiding dead or gone. The Pantoran smuggler and the Bahan exchanged a glance, just a quick one, but enough to confirm to Mander that they had done some of their own checking when they were supposed to be readying the ship. Gone but not forgotten, said Reen. Each Rodian clan spans at least a dozen planets. The survivors of our little set are likely on other worlds getting their aunts and uncles all indignant about us shooting up their place. Mander nodded and returned to the business at hand. Thoughts on Xanos? Reen's right, said Eddie. Typical Hutt. You look up Hutt in a lexicon and you'll see Xanos' picture, said Reen. It appears he spends his time drinking his father's fortune with his Wookiee friends. They didn't seem to like you much, said Mander to Eddie. Another shrug from the Bahan. I rub some people the wrong way. Some Wookiees are brave and dedicated, some are bullies. The ones with Xanos are the latter. And as you say, you can just tell, said Mander, and once again Eddie raised his palms in his what can I do attitude. What did Xanos want with you? Asked Reen, confident now that they were out of earshot of listening devices. Back on the ship, when that droid pulled you away. Xanos and Juliak wanted to assure me that he had no problem if we failed to find his brother, or failed to bring him back alive, said Mander. Sibling affection, said Reen. Rivals for their father's attention. Xanos fits the basic assumptions about Hutt's well, Mander said, nodding. He probably wouldn't do the deed himself, but he definitely won't be too heartbroken if something happened to Mika. Do Hutts even have hearts? Said Reen. Vago, said Mander, ignoring her and bringing up the next topic. Bureaucrat, replied Reen. Petty functionary. Keeps the wheels going, and is afraid to step out of line. I don't think so, said Mander. What were you talking about in Huttese back on the Outlander? Asked Eddie, clearly curious. She didn't seem too offended by your horrible accent, by the way. Mander looked at Eddie. It was an honest question, one he would not have asked if he already had the answer. No, Mander decided, he doesn't know the language. She told me that Papera wiped out her family in one of their clan wars, but adopted her instead of killing her. I don't think she's just a bureaucrat. She's devoted to him, probably much more than those Twi'lek handmaidens. Vago is not afraid. But Reen is correct in one thing, she does keep the wheels spinning. Reen counted the Hutts off on her fingers. You think Papera is truly concerned about his son? Xanos wouldn't mind being an only child. And Vago wants things to run smoothly, said Mander. She wants Papera to be looking at the balance sheets as opposed to fretting about his boy. So that means we go ahead, concluded Reen. That means we go ahead, said Mander. Unless Xanos and his Wookiees had the brains to sabotage the coordinates, the flight plan that Papera gave us should work. A small chime sounded in the cabin. We're ready to go, said Eddie. We're clear of the gravitational well. Final coordinates locked in for the first jump. Let's get started then, said Mander. He wanted to add, and if the Hutts were lying to us, I apologize for getting us all killed. Eddie took a deep breath and threw the hyperdrive engaged switch. The stars began to lengthen before them, and Mander found he was holding his breath. The coordinates provided showed 6 jumps to navigate through the Indrex's spiral. The first jump took them deep into the spiral itself, such that the arcs of stars and cometary dust wheeled along the starboard side of the ship. The second put them uncomfortably close to an asteroid cluster, a moon that had either failed to form or been smashed millennia ago and left for dead. They had to wait half an hour before proceeding to the next point, dodging debris. The third point was in orbit around a ruined comet, its last icy blasts echoing in all directions. The fourth was nothing, or rather something dark and malignant that blotted out a quarter of the starfield behind them. Mander was particularly glad to leave that behind. The penultimate link came out at the tipping point between two gargantuan suns, blue and orange. Flaming plumes from their dappled surfaces reached out and combined in an incandescent rainbow. Dark spots roiled along these liquid rivers like mountains, and for a moment Mander thought them immense living things that migrated along the fiery bridges between the suns, driven by unknowable internal clocks. And then one last jump and the streaks of hyperdrive molten light shrank back to the friendly, familiar stars. Reem punched in the local navigation coordinates. "I've got a fix on the local astronomical markers. We are where we are supposed to be." "You were right. Nothing to worry about." Mander said nothing, but allowed himself an embarrassed grin. Eddie started to run a post-jump analysis, but even Mander could see that all of the telltales were a comfortable green. Reen said, "I have Endragad. Far side of its orbit, so it is unlikely that we've been spotted by the CSA. We take a high arc and come down over the poles, and depending on how many ships they have in system, see them before they see." She was cut off by twin streaks of ionic energy laced out across the nose of the vessel. The cockpit transceiver let out a bell-like tone and sparked to life. "Attention, freighter!" said a voice in heavily accented basic. "You are privileged to be under the guns of the illustrious Boma clan. Dump your cargo, or be prepared to be boarded." The message was punctuated by another blast of the cannons. "Light freighter off the port," said Eddie, heavily modded. "I see half a dozen hard points. Has us bracketed." "Gone but not forgotten?" said Mander. "Yeah," said Reen. "Get us out of here, Eddie." The Bothan's furred hands swept over the control toggles, rerouting power to the engines. "Hang on," he said. The ship was almost immediately rocked to one side, and energy sparked in the cockpit. "Hit," said Eddie, scanning the telltales, a line of them flashing red. "There go our port weapons." "Flip us," said Reen, already heading for the starboard turret. Mander Zuma barely had time to shout as the stars spun before him, bringing the still-functioning ion blaster turret to bear against their attacker. The deck did not shift, but the swirl of the stars in the viewport caused him to grip the arm of the chair. Even so, the sudden vertigo caused the Jedi to drop to one knee. Eddie didn't ask about Mander's condition. Instead, his long fingers were dancing over the controls. The ship leapt forward as Reen fired off a salvo. The beams of ionic energy danced over the hull of the attacking ship but did not leave so much as a scorch. "Underpowered piece of standard equipment," muttered the Bothan, and then shouted aloud for Reen to hear him. "Going to keep the spin but shift our deflectors to aft. You'll have to shoot on the fly." Reen made a strangled noise that Mander assumed was agreement, and the ship shuddered again as the Boma's freighter struck them from behind. Mander felt helpless. The Bahan was better at the controls, and the Pantoran could handle the guns. He was deadweight at the moment, without a life-or-death task at hand. Instead, his fate was in the hands of the others, and there was nothing he could do. No, Mander thought. He had the luxury of being able to think. He settled himself back into the jump seat, folded his hands over his chest, and closed his eyes against the spinning stars. The ship shuddered again, and the Bothan cursed. I would appreciate any good suggestions now, Jedi, he snapped. I say we void the cargo hold and hope they stop to pick up the supplies. His fingers reached up to touch a toggle overhead. No, said Mander, reaching out and grabbing Eddie's wrist. Head in that direction. He indicated a nondescript piece of space 2 points off the bow. The Baton looked panic-stricken now. What's over there? Help, said the Jedi. But we won't reach it unless we get fancy. The Baton muttered something about his opinions of getting fancy, but he brought the ship around, the yellow sphere of Endragad's sun shifting into view. Behind them, Reen shouted out a surprised retort, and a blast of ionic fire raked along the side of the ship. Sparks flew, and the Baton said, I hope you know what you're doing. We should dump the spice. If they're really the Bomu, they won't stop for the spice, said Mander. That's just an excuse. I'm going to count to 10. On 10, you kill the engines and throw in the landing retros. Bring us to a stop. A full stop. Are you mad? Eddie's face was twisted in fear. Completely mad, said Jedi. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on, snarled the Baton. I don't want to flood the ion chambers. 5, 6, 7. Hold on to something, Reen! Shouted Eddie. We're getting fancy. Be ready to fire. 8, 9, 10. Mander thumped the Baton on the shoulder, and Eddie mashed one hand against a series of buttons, fingers spread like a jizz performer playing on an allergon. The other hand pulled back fully on the retrojet lever, which fought the pilot for every millimeter. The ship shuddered as the stern engines sought to keep plunging forward. Behind him, Mander could hear the hull strain and hope that the engine brackets would hold. And suddenly they were stopped, still spinning, as the Bomu freighter sailed over them. Mander had timed the order perfectly, so that Reen's guns were locked on as they shot past. She strafed the lower hull, leaving long furrows along the ship's belly, from which billowed gases, frozen in an instant into a crystalline mist. Mander nodded. Their attacker had put all deflectors up front in anticipation of the chase. Mander was going to tell Eddie to do the same thing, but the Baton was already reconfiguring the shields, swinging them as the enemy ship came around for a head-on assault. Reen fired a few more rounds, but the Rhodians had recovered and had their shields up as well. Double ionic beams lanced forward and the ship shuddered again. I hope you have another plan, said Eddie. Because we're dead in space and the deflectors won't take another hit like that. Wait for it, said Mander. Wait for what? The Bahan started to say, but his answer crested over the stern of the Bomu freighter. There were 2 of them, CSA starfighters. They were intercept/reconnaissance/defense craft, IRDs for short, and consisted of full-vision cockpit, a pilot's seat, and an engine. And 2 forward-mounted blaster cannons, supported by concussion missiles. All of which they brought to bear against the now unshielded stern of the Bomu raider. The explosions began in the rear of the ship, cascading forward as the raider was unable to respond in time. There was a fireball, and the new ambition flinched as the shockwave passed. Parts of their assailant drifted past their ship like small asteroids, some of them still on fire. You knew they were there, said the Baton, looking at the scattered debris. I could feel a ripple in the force, said Mander. But I knew they'd be too late if we simply sent a distress signal. Better to meet them halfway, attract their attention with a display of firepower, and let them come to the rescue. Reen appeared at the hatch of the cockpit. Blood oozed at the corner of her mouth, and she had a nasty darkening around one eye. What do you call that maneuver? Getting fancy, said Eddie, shaking his head at the amber and crimson lights that now covered one side of his display. The comlink burbled again. "Attention unidentified freighter," said the voice, clipped, precise, and no nonsense. "You have entered a quarantine system, by orders of the Corporate Sector Authority. No landings are permitted on Endergad. Repeat, no landings are permitted. Either jump out of the system, or we will escort you to the Resolute. Please respond." "We could turn tail and try to jump to hyperspace," said the Baton, "but after what we put this ship through, I don't know about our chances." Mander flicked open the comlink. "New ambition to the Resolute fighters. We have been damaged and appreciate the offer of aid. We will follow you." He closed the transceiver and said, "There is a time to sneak about, and a time to talk. This is a time to talk." "For all our sakes," muttered Reen. "I hope you're right." Chapter 5. Planetfall. The CSA never threw away anything that it could use, and even though faster and better ships had come along since the Resolute's hull was laid down, it was kept in service, gaining weapons upgrades and durasteel plating like barnacles. Even so, the ancient patchwork dreadnought was a frightening thing to behold up close, bristling with turbolasers, missile tubes, and tractor beam projectors, a swarm of IRDs in patrol along its flanks. Parked in orbit over the dull, rusty surface of Endergad, it was more impressive than the planet. And Mander thought as their ship limped into one of the stern landing bays, it was probably the jewel of its commander's eye. They were met by a squad of CSA security, headed up by a young IRD pilot with sharp features and a stern expression. His uniform, visible beneath his flight suit, was pressed to perfection. Even before he opened his mouth, Mander knew that this was the owner of the voice they had heard on the transceiver. They were this pilot's trophy, and he would only hand them over in the presence of a superior officer. "Lieutenant Oral Lockerbie, Corporate Sector Authority Ship Resolute," he said, and if he had clicked his heels Mander would not have been surprised. "Mander Zuma of the New Jedi Order," said Mander. "My companions Renai Rana and Eddie Bire. We appreciate your help back there." The young flight officer scowled in the textbook-approved imitation of displeasure. "Your ship should not have been present in the system. We are under quarantine interdict. We are aware of the situation and are on a mercy mission," said Mander. He felt tempted to put a bit of the force into the words, but resisted. "I presume you will present us to your commanding officer." The flight officer stammered for a moment, the Jedi taking the next line of his carefully crafted speech away from him. Then his frown deepened and he said, "This way, please." "A moment," said Reen. "The ship's taken some hard knocks, and Eddie and I should start repairs immediately." Mander looked at her and raised an eyebrow. She had practically insisted on meeting with the Hutts back on Makumte, but was now passing on meeting with the corporate authority. "Very well," he said, but the Baton was already examining the long gouges in the side of the new ambition, shaking his maned head. Mander motioned for the pilot to proceed. 2 security officers fell in behind the Jedi, while the others stationed themselves at the dock exits. As he walked, the flight officer punched information into his wrist data pad. Mander knew there would be little small talk. The interior of the CSA ship was spotless, of course, the halls patrolled by mouse droids searching for any speck of dust or hint of the untidy. There was no doubt that this was a warship, though distant klaxons sounded for drills, speakers belched out muddled basic, and the personnel, all neatly uniformed and used to sudden inspections, moved about with purpose. No one gave a robed Jedi following an officer fresh off the flight deck a second look. 3 long hallways and a turbolift later, Mander was ushered into the command conference deck. The room was spacious but neatly appointed, with only a few personal items hanging on the wall. A hollow chess set, one of the few additions that showed a personal touch, idled along one wall, its creatures repeating themselves in looping animations. An impressive readout desk was parked in front of the viewport, 3 chairs set up in front of it. The commanding officer faced away from them, staring out the viewport at the planet below. The planet was a swirl of reddish-brown clouds, but a major storm blazed like a white scar across its northern hemisphere. "Lieutenant Oral Lockerbie reporting, Commander," said the flight officer, saluting, and Mander was sure this time his heels clicked. "I've brought the Jedi from the surviving vessel." "Thank you, Lieutenant," said the commanding officer, and turned to regard them both. She was a tall young woman, her blood-red hair pulled back in a stern bun. Her uniform was regulation issue, but its creases were pressed to vibrant knife-edge sharpness. This one had risen far and fast in the meritocracy of the corporate sector, Mander thought, and wondered if this was a first command for a capital ship. She pressed the glowing symbols on the translucent desktop and said, "The other vessel?" "A Trox 720 light freighter, retrofitted as a raider," responded the flight officer. "It was destroyed in the engagement." "It belonged to the Bomu clan, if that helps," said Mander. "Rhodians. I don't suppose there were any survivors to question?" The commanding officer gave Mander a stern look, then said, "Good job, Lieutenant." That will be all. Lockerbie saluted again and retreated. Mander wondered if they had done a time study to calculate how much profitable work was lost due to saluting, and if the commensurate increase in better discipline merited it. Knowing the CSA, someone probably had. "Lieutenant Commander Angela Kryn," said the officer, "in command of the CSA ship Resolute, and overseeing the quarantine on Endragad." "Mander Zuma of the New Jedi Order," responded Mander, hands folded patiently in front of him. "My companions are currently checking out the damage to our ship. We would like to thank you and your pilots for the timely rescue out there." "You were lucky," said the commander. "We don't run as many deep patrols as I would like." "Fortune favors the prepared," said the Jedi. "We were aware of the situation on Endragad, and trusted that if we had difficulty, your well-organized and well-equipped forces would be able to come to our aid." The corner of Commander Kryn's mouth tugged slightly in what Mander could only ascribe to bemusement. She motioned for the Jedi to take one of the seats, and settled herself down across the table from him. "If you are aware of the situation on the planet, then you know that the CSA is not allowing anything on or off that rock until the disease is under control. Have you had any problems?" asked the Jedi. "Early on, there were a number of attempts to get off the planet. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of vessels present at the time. Ships were intercepted, disabled, and impounded. There were a few spacers with pressing business, too, but as word spread of the interdict, that trailed off as well. And raiders like the Bomu clan trying to pick off ships coming in system." Mander let his voice trail off. "Endragad is more dangerous than I had presumed." "Yet you came here in any event." Mander nodded. "A mission of mercy, as I told your officer." Angela Kryn pushed a few glowing squares on her desk. The arrangement made Mander think of the hollow chess board. "We don't have your ship on any of our registries," she said. "It is new," said Mander. "Maiden voyage." More of a trial by fire, it turned out. Again, the tug at the corner of her lips. Mander could imagine, in another circumstance, she would have a pretty laugh. "Indeed. You are far from Yavin 4, Jedi. Why is the Order interested in Endragad?" They aren't, said Mander, and Angela Crin's neat eyebrows rose in surprise. Or rather, they are not any more or less interested in Endergad than in any other planet. I am here on behalf of Popera of the Angeliac clan of the Huts. They provided the ship. I hired the crew. Lieutenant Commander Crin's jawline tightened, and her brow furrowed at the mention of Popera's name. The Huts, then? That's a surprise. You're working for them? With them, said Mander. And you know why Popera is interested in Endergad. His son is somewhere on the surface. I know, said the commander, and she slumped a bit in her chair. I have received numerous requests as to his status, ranging from the demanding to the insulting. I will tell you what I told them. I have no information of this hut, and no spare resources to find him. Not with a planet already weakened by the plague. I am afraid you came all this way for nothing. The Huts wasted your time, and mine. It was not something I could turn away from, regardless of its likely outcome, said Mander. Now about your cargo, began the commander, leaning forward and tapping a few symbols on her desk. It is yours, said Mander simply. Again, Crin was surprised, but tried not to show it. We have to confiscate it. No, you don't, since I just gave it to you, said the Jedi. You and your organization are better established to distribute the medicinal spice than 3 people in a damaged freighter. I assume you can add it to your own supplies. Angela Crin smiled now, a sad smile of someone who has been dealing with her own bureaucracy. Mander saw it at once. There were no additional supplies, at least not yet. Help is on the way, she said. And some of it is here now, said Mander. With the heartfelt wishes of Popera and Giliac, and with the hope of creating a lasting trust in these trying times. The commanding officer ran a slender finger over the glyph-dotted desktop. After a moment, she said simply, I can't let you land on Endergad. I understand. We will conduct what investigations we can from here. Mander tilted his head slightly and smiled. We can provide some support, in particular in repairing your ship. Payment in kind for your donated spice. That is greatly appreciated, said Mander. If we are fortunate, perhaps we can find Mika and Giliac before we have to return. Angela Crin smiled now in agreement. We will do what we can. Would you and your crew be interested in joining me for mess this evening? I would love to, said Mander, but I will have to ask the others. Asterisk asterisk. You did what? Said Reen, her face flushing to a richer blue, her bruised eye taking on a violet hue. They were standing in the crew lounge of the new Ambition. Eddie had one of the gyros disassembled on the table, and was going over it with a fine-tipped vibro pick, pulling away the worst of the scorched metal. I gave her the spice, said Mander. After all, that is one of the reasons we came here, to help relieve the plague. That was our only bargaining chip, said Reen, and you gave it away at the very start. It was not as if they would let us keep it, noted Mander. He had returned to the docking bay to find that Reen Irana was already in a tense standoff with Lieutenant Lockerbie and the security squad. She was adamant about not letting the CSA on board her ship, and only relented when Mander gave the approval to offload the cargo. Polite security team members cleaned out the cargo in record time and retreated to their positions at the doors. They also have been more helpful in giving us supplies and equipment, said Eddie, slipping on his data goggles and grimacing at the readout. I think you sufficiently convinced the commanding officer that we are not raiders ourselves. Did you voice her? Asked Reen. Voice her? Replied Mander, looking perplexed. You know. Voice her. Jedi hoodoo. Mind tricks. She made a theatrical wave of her hand. Tell her you want to let us land on the planet or something like that. And then she agrees and we go off. Did Toro tell you we can do that? Asked Mander. I saw it in the holofilms, said Reen. She watches too many of those, Eddie put in. It doesn't work quite like that, said Mander. So it's a myth, said Reen. Jedi can't do that. It is no myth, said Mander with a sigh. But it is not as easy as you portray it. So you can't change people's minds, Reen pressed. We can, said Mander patiently, but there are consequences. A person's mind will be changed, and their immediate actions will be influenced, but it has a long-term effect as well. If it is as simple as getting past a guard or encouraging someone to share information, the damage is minimal. The guard will probably not think about the situation again, or will blame it on a lapse of attention or judgment. We use it to avoid fights or gain information. But when you try to move someone to do something they don't honestly want to do, they rebel. And they won't do it, said Reen. Worse, said Mander, they will. And then the effect will spiral further, as they unconsciously seek to justify those actions to themselves. And that is hard on a lot of people's minds. It is like an avalanche started from small stones. Your very presence bothers them, since something went wrong when you last saw them. Sometimes using it again against a target will remind them they have been subject to the effect previously, with unpleasant consequences. The Jedi seek not to do damage, so we use the mind tricks, as you call them, only sparingly, and usually on individuals we don't think we're going to encounter again. We don't know how long we're going to be here, so no, I did not voice her. Does it feel like anything? Pressed Reen. Would the person know if it had happened? If you're asking if I have used it on you, the answer is again no, for all the reasons I previously mentioned, said Mander. Free will, for all its problems, is easier to work with when it is attempted, and yes, Jedi are trained to resist this sort of thing. It feels like a pressure against your mind, like a wave passing over you. An impulse, a strong desire, a random thought. And if you are subject to it, when the wave passes, you have little knowledge that it struck in the first place. Reen looked at him long and hard and said, So what you're saying is that you didn't voice her? Mander let out a deep sigh. And on that note, you are invited to the commander's table for dinner. He gave her a smile. Reen did not return it. No. Mander blinked. No? Any reason? I don't like the corporates, she said. You didn't like the Hutts either, Mander said, but it did not stop you from meeting with Palpera. That's different, said Reen. The Hutts are treacherous, but you can count on them to be treacherous. The corporate sector is completely by the book, and when they feel they are right, according to that book, there is no stopping them. One of the reasons I was keeping them off the ship was to give Eddie a chance to pull the navigation unit offline. I didn't want their slicers getting the coordinates for the Indrex's spiral before we get a chance to sell them, added the Bautan. But you managed that, and they are none the wiser, Mander said. So you should come to dinner with our gracious hosts. Reen shook her head. We need to get the ship back together and out of here. Mander cocked his head a moment. Something else is wrong. Nothing else is wrong, said Reen. We're just busy. And I don't want to leave anyone alone in the ship. No, something is definitely wrong, said Mander. And I don't need the Force to tell me that. Tell him, said Eddie, not looking up from his work. Nothing is wrong, said Reen, folding her arms over her chest. Something is wrong, said Mander. Tell him, or I will, said Eddie. Reen scowled deeply. I've had run-ins with the CSA. You've smuggled, said Mander succinctly. Some, Reen said, shrugging. A little. Nothing bad, nothing major, nothing that a Jedi would blow a circuit about. Small package trade, really, said the Bahan calmly. Personal items, artifacts of dubious provenance, objects of art. That sort of thing. Nothing bad or horrible, Reen added quickly. Nothing like hard spice. Nothing like Tempest. Mander nodded and thought he understood. Reen and her partner were part and parcel of the shadowy world of spacers, the great majority of whom wouldn't think twice about bringing contraband through planetary customs if there was a bonus in it. But it was that same evasion of authority that made the spice trade possible, and the same avenues may have been used to bring in the tempest that killed her brother. She knows how smugglers think because she has been one herself. He said, the Jedi are not religious leaders. We don't provide absolution or forgiveness. The best we can do is help others come to terms with what they have done, and help them make amends. But that does not explain why you wouldn't want to meet with a CSA lieutenant commander who doesn't even know you. Ah, said Eddie. There's the rub. The original ambition, started Reen. The one probably being sold for scrap on Kioran to pay for the docking fees, clarified Eddie. The ambition was, Reen continued, for lack of a better word, damaged as result of escaping a CSA Corvette, conveniently parked behind a moon near a rendezvous point. Her cheeks flushed dark again. Ah, Mander mimicked Eddie. I understand. And even though it is unlikely that anyone will make the connection, you aren't sure if you are in a database somewhere, the information just waiting to leap onto Lieutenant Lockerby's datapad and surprise you. That sums it up, said Reen, but she didn't look up at the Jedi. The Bahan let out a small cry of triumph as he pulled away a particularly stubborn gasket, now reduced to a tattered black mass. Very well, I will be dining with Lieutenant Commander Angela Kryn, said Mander. And if your name comes up, I will take note. In the meantime, though, I intend to avail myself of the hospitality her command offers, and try to persuade her that she should trust us enough to let us go planetside. 3 days. I think 3 days should do it, one way or another. We can get things operating in 3 days, said Eddie. If we can get the parts. Tender our regrets to the good commander, he added to Mander, and both of you can leave me to my work in peace. Indeed, said Mander Zuma. I think it is time to renew my research in CSA's standard operating procedures. 3 days passed with a glacial slowness. Most of the planetary transceivers were in Tel Bolin, and as far as Mander could tell, most of their operators were stricken by the plague, or just laying low until the pestilence had passed over. From what little Mander could gather, general society, always a rough and tumble affair on mining planets, had collapsed entirely in the wake of the disease. Looting and fires were common. What civil authority was left had its hands full surviving on its own, and therefore had precious few resources to help offworlders. One of the few full holo conversations Mander managed took place with a tired, exhausted officer with white crusts at the corners of her eyes and mouth, her hair an unruly tangle. She didn't know anything about huts on planet, but said that any exomorphs should have gone to ground, since the survivors were looking for something to blame and non-humans fit that bill. Then the officer terminated the call in the middle of a prolonged coughing jag. Once further attempts to contact anyone on the ground proved equally problematic, the Jedi turned to the ship's library. It was a smart little operation consisting of a set of military histories and CSA law, the former well-thumbed while the latter apparently pristine since the ship was first launched. He mixed the two, in particular checking out the regulations and specifications of the corporate sector authority's navy. Each evening, Mander would present himself, in clean and formal robes, to the commander's galley. The first night was with senior officers, and Mander got the standard array of questions directed at the Jedi in the wake of the fall of the Empire. Is the Order starting again? What are your intentions? Will you rule from Coruscant? How have things changed? He deflected them as politely as he could, and got the officers talking about their own experiences in space instead. The nature of the Force was forgotten in stories of running down raiders and recovering contraband. After that first evening, Lieutenant Commander Angela Kryn met privately with Mander, and the Jedi soon came to understand her position. She had the responsibility to maintain the quarantine but could not deal with matters on planet Endergad not being an official world of the corporate sector. So they were in orbit as people suffered and died below, charged by a distant bureaucracy with keeping others away. What help they could provide was advisory only, and any personnel were under the control of a now-collapsed government. The spice you brought was both welcome help and a can of worms, she said over dinner. On the one hand, we desperately needed the medicines, but on the other I don't have specific permission to use them. Surely even the CSA can see the wisdom that such an opportunity presents, having the medicine, if from an unexpected source, said Mander. You would think so. Said Angela Kryn, moving her meat around in its gravy idly. But in reality, the wheels of bureaucracy spin slowly but fine. The supply officer tasked with delivering the CSA-authorized medicine from Darun blew a gasket when I sent him word that yours had arrived. He had been assuring me that there was not enough medicinal spice at hand to cover a planetary emergency, and he needed approvals to access the surplus stock. She shook her head. And this was while 1 in 10 people on Endergad were dying. I hope that our contribution can have some effect, said Mander. Kryn popped a morsel into her mouth. It already does, though not the way you'd expect. As a result of your shipment, suddenly the floodgates have swung wide and sufficient amounts of medicine should be arriving by week's end. In military terms, you gave them a good hard kick in the pants. Have you distributed the spice we brought? Asked Mander. Angela Kryn's face darkened slightly. They are still checking it over. It is a standard issue, broadband soporific with strong antibacterial and antivirus properties. But it is very high grade. Any idea where it came from originally? You would have to ask Palpera, said Mander. I don't think we're his favorite people, said Kryn. This part of space is filled with species and factions that have been competing for millennia, said Mander. Trust is a hard coin to find. There's that, said Kryn. But there's also the fact that the Hutts were not particularly supportive and encouraging before you came along. The missives we got were as high-handed as you would expect from a Hutt, filled with demands and insults. And then, when we didn't produce immediate results, they got nastier. Palpera sent these? Or did you talk to a green female named Vago? Neither, said the lieutenant commander. It was a big lumpish blue one. Xanos, I think his name was. That would be Mika's brother, said Mander. I've met him. A soft touch is not what he is noted for. That's one reason they brought in a Jedi. Later, in the New Ambition, Mander related the events of the dinner to the others over a mug of Carlini tea. The Bahan was checking over the parts list against the schematic, while Reen debugged the latest software install. Do you think Xanos is just an oaf, or is he trying to get his brother killed? Asked the Bahan. I don't know, Mander said. It could be both. He certainly gave me a wink and a nod that Mika's safety was not a priority for him. And if his younger sibling doesn't come home, then that leaves more of the family business for him. What I find curious, said Reen, swiveling in her chair away from her station, is the amount of time you spend with this commander. Doesn't she have a planet to protect? She does, and it is obvious that it troubles her, said Mander. She's by the book, I'll give you that. But she's also smart enough to see that the book doesn't cover every situation, even though she keeps trying to make it do so. The CSA is a large bureaucracy, and it takes a long time to turn large things and head them in the right direction. Are you talking about the CSA or Papera the Hutt? Asked the Bahan. Both, perhaps, said Mander, staring into his mug at the dregs of his tea. I don't need the Force to feel her frustration. But all the same, I want to be off from here as soon as possible. How are the repairs? The Bahan smiled broadly. Every time you have dinner, we get a delivery of more supplies that they just happen to find. I think we'll be ready by tomorrow. Local midnight or so. Good, said Mander. I hope that I can convince her to let us land. It is out of the question, said Kryn the next evening. She was in dress uniform, and her hair was in a tighter bun than normal, not a hair out of place. Mander for a moment thought it was for him, but he soon discovered that she'd been on the transceiver, reporting to her superiors about the quarantine, and in particular dealing with the complaints of a local bureaucrat from Duran. Her eyes were a little haggard, but her jaw was firm and set as she shook her head. You will have to distribute the medicine soon, said Mander. Even the CSA bureaucracy can't hold it up that long. Let me volunteer the ship as a shuttle for supplies and medical personnel. I'd like to, but no, said the commander. We have sufficient shuttles, or will when the remaining supplies get here. It is one thing to redirect scrap Durasteel for a private freighter that did me a favor. It is another to countermand direct orders. And that's what I have, a direct order to chase down anyone who tries to break quarantine, going in or coming out. With what support you have, said Mander. With what support I have, she said, handing him a glass of emerald wine and offering a toast with hers. May you have a safe and uneventful return home. May we all have safe and uneventful trips, replied Mander. When Mander Zuma returned to the New Ambition, Eddie had already finished the pre-flight check and Reen had reinstalled the Navicomputer. The Bahan looked up and said, Did you work that Jedi charm? Are we going down to look for the Huttling? Take us out. Here's the flight plan, said Mander, handing over a datapad. Eddie looked almost crestfallen. We're leaving, then? You see it there, clear as day, Mander replied, sighing. Apparently our lieutenant commander spent most of the day dealing with very officious types, and was not in the mood to waive a few rules. Head over the pole of Endergad, and make for the sector where we met the Bomu raiders. Eddie growled and closed the hatches, securing the last piece of equipment as the deck officers cleared and evacuated the bay. Reen fell into one of the crashed chairs while Mander settled himself in. "I'm sorry," she said. "But I did tell you these CSA types were stiff-necked." Mander said nothing, just leaned forward in his seat, lacing his fingers. The force shield holding back space flickered out, and the new ambition left the Resolute, banking slightly to take the polar route Mander had plotted and filed. The planet cast the dreadnought in deep shadow, and beneath the Resolute the city of Tel Bolin was a muddle of indistinct lights. As they rose over the white-tan polar deserts of the world, a false dawn of the system's sun greeted them. They had passed over the polar terminator when Mander finally took a deep breath and said, "Right, we're going in. We're making landfall." Eddie almost jumped in his seat, then allowed himself a toothy smile and started reconfiguring the thrusters. Reen looked surprised and said, "Should I get to the turbo cannons?" "Not yet," said Mander. "For the moment, keep an eye on the sensors. I'm sure Lieutenant Commander Kryn isn't foolish enough to pull off her patrols just on my declaration that we were going away." "You lied," said Reen. "I didn't know Jedi did that. I'd prefer to think of it as dissembling, or shading, or at most mangling the truth," said Mander. "But yes, when push comes to shove, Jedi are allowed to lie. Don't tell anyone. It would just ruin our reputations." And he allowed himself a smile almost as wide as the Bothans. They fell into the sunlit side of the world, and the fire wisps of re-entry curled around the cockpit. "They're on to us," said Reen as a pair of blips appeared at the corner of the scanner. "2 IRDs matching course. Contact in about 10 minutes. Faster than I thought." "She's good, I'll give her that," said Eddie Bire. "Textbook approach," said Mander. "Standard operating procedure. Bring the ship down shallow, and bank her to the left. We want to come back around the planet to Tel Bolin before the sun rises there." "Steeper would have a better chance to lose them," said the Bathan. "I know, but we don't want to lose them just yet," said Mander. Visual contact came 9 minutes later, a pair of IRDs similar to the ones that had blown up the Bomu Raider. The transceiver crackled, and a voice that sounded very much like Flight Officer Lockerbie snarled, "Attention, new ambition. You are in violation of interdicted space. Pull up and return to the Resolute, or we will be forced to open fire." Reen pulled the microphone toward her, but Mander pulled it out of her hands. "Attention IRDs. We are experiencing difficulties. Our repairs did not hold. We are losing altitude and will have to ditch. Systems are fail." He stopped mid-word and returned the transceiver to the cradle. "If they call back, don't answer. You're doing horrible things to your Jedi reputation," said the Bathan. A pair of ionic blasts bracketed the craft. "That's one," said Mander. "Regulations say they have to try twice more, since we are apparently in distress." They were deep inside the atmosphere now, and the Jedi scanned the horizon, looking for one particular feature. "There," he said, pounding Eddie on the shoulder and pointing to the east. "Dust storm," said Reen. "Pull up to get over it." "No," said Mander. "Head into it." "It will play Hobbs with the navigation," said the Bathan. "And I just cleaned everything out." "Exactly," said Mander, and another pair of blaster bolts streaked past the cockpit. "That's 2. They won't wait as long to fire the third, and then all bets are off." Mander held his breath as the wall of sand and dirt, visible from orbit, carried from one side of the world to the other, approached and then towered over them. It filled the observation scanners, panning across them. There was a third blast of ionic fire now, but Mander didn't even pay attention to it. Another couple of seconds in. They were inside the cloud, the dust screeching against the hull. Eddie cursed, more for the damage done to the finish than any real effect on the ship's structure. Around them the storm licked at the engines and coated the flight's surfaces. The sky lightened and a string of bolts laced around them, but none of them hit. "They're on instruments now," said Mander. "Can you manage?" "I've got my own scanners up, but we're awfully low," said the Bathan. A dark shadow passed by the ship, then another, and a third. "Those are rock formations," shouted Reen. "We're too low. Pull us up." "Not for another minute," said Mander. The Bathan did not reply, though he clutched the steering yoke in a death grip. Another set of bolts, but these were wide and faint. Then the sand started to diminish, and they were clear of the leading edge of the storm. And there was a mesa wall dead ahead of them. Cursing, Eddie pulled back on the stick, pitching the ship almost perpendicular. They cleared, but as they topped the rise, the IRDs caught sight of them again. They closed, their forward-facing guns blazing. One of the IRDs smoked along the side as a concussion missile fired. "They're going to catch us," said Eddie. "Sorry." 10 more seconds," said Mander. "Gun it." The new ambition screamed as it lunged forward. The concussion missile was fast, but the chunky Suintex engines were more powerful, and it fell away behind them. The two IRDs could have redoubled their own speed, but instead they pulled up almost vertically, heading for space. The three in the cockpit let out a long sigh, and Eddie tried to bank the sand-clogged engines. "What happened?" asked Reen. "Standard operating procedure," said Mander. "The IRDs have air-breathing capacities, but maintenance rules say they can only spend so long in a planetary envelope. Failure to do so would result in a notation on their personal record." Reen looked at the Jedi and said, "You said you were reading their manuals. You knew that was there." "I knew something was there that we could use," said Mander. "Even so, I think we'll need to keep a low profile once we get to Tel Bolin. Eddie, if you can find some dry wash close enough to the city that we can reach it by cargo skiff, but beyond their normal scanners, I would be much obliged." "Done," said the Bathan. "And let me be the first to welcome you to scenic Endergad. After this landing, everything else that happens will be smooth sailing." Chapter 6. Tel Bolin. They left the new ambition a short distance from Tel Bolin. Mander set some security monitors along the perimeter of the camp while Reen and the Bathan unfurled long strands of red-tan camouflage netting and draped the ship in it. It wouldn't stop a determined searcher, but the odd passerby or aerial patrol would not give it a second look. Then the pair readied the Abrikian Banda 3 from the cargo hold. The Banda 3 was a lightweight repulsor-lift skiff that could carry them and a young hut, if need be. It had the smooth lines common to most of the Abrikian pleasure craft products, and it did not surprise Mander that Papera had put one in the ship's hold. Mander watched the Bathan and Pantoran working together quickly and efficiently. There was a minimum of words between them, yet one would have a tool ready when the other needed it. They seemed to fit naturally into the world, as if assembling a cargo skiff on a plague-ridden planet while hiding from the corporate sector authority were the stuff of everyday life. It was never like that with Toro, Mander thought. From the start the young Pantoran was hidden from him, not particularly secretive, but not open either. The young man was so intent on becoming a Jedi, so driven to live up to the image from the holofilms and the legends, that he found the older archivist, with his magna-specs and dusty old records, to be a bit of a disappointment. He said nothing at the time, but to Mander the young man was clearly crestfallen when they first met, expecting something more heroic. And the disappointment remained even after their first sparring session, when the youth rushed at him and Mander dispatched him easily. The older Jedi sidestepped every charge, blocked every attack, and met the young Pantoran's passionate fury with a calm response. But it did little to remove that doubt. Now in the young student's eyes, Mander Zuma was a mystery to be solved, a puzzle to be unlocked. The older man held secrets that belied his unassuming appearance, and Toro wanted to learn them. Indeed, how could an unassuming person such as Mander Zuma defeat a dedicated opponent, if not by Jedi magic? For his part, that first mock duel was equally troubling to Mander. Yes, he had beaten the youth calmly and handily, but wasn't that what was expected of a master? And even then he could feel the force within the youth, impatient though he seemed. It was clear that with the proper training, Toro Irana could be a powerful Jedi. The proper training. Mander shook his head. Perhaps that was Mander's ultimate failure. He had calmed the fury of the youth, but had never taught him to master it. Toro was always challenging, both in training and in philosophy. He was always questioning, always pushing, always looking for a weak spot. The ability to see a weakness in a plan or an opponent was invaluable as a Jedi, yet Toro would always go for that weak spot immediately, often ignoring caution. Was that what led his former student to Tempest? Perhaps he was looking for something even more powerful to master than the philosophies of his teacher. He wanted to prove himself better. He wanted one more advantage on others. It was a common enough road to destruction, and Mander had read enough tales in the archives to know that it was a tempting trap. Mander set the last of the perimeter monitors and watched the sky, a dusty inverted bowl lightening only slightly with the dawn, the ruddy brown stain of the sky darkening with pollution in the direction of Tel Bolin. The cloud cover would keep them safe from most observers above the atmosphere, but a determined skin would punch through the clouds and find their ship with little problem. The question, he thought, was how determined any search would be. The lieutenant commander was headstrong enough to pursue them, even if it meant breaking a few directives of the CSA, directives that Mander had found in his own research. And while her obvious intelligence made Mander feel that she was aware of those directives, he hoped that her dedication would keep her from violating them too blatantly. While he was in thought, Reen had come up with a bundle of cloth. "Here," she said. "Put this on." Mander unraveled a poncho-like cloak. "It's a Z-rape," she explained. "Local coloring out here in the Outer Rim worlds. Even if Kryn is too busy to scan for us, she probably has told people what to look out for." "We are a Jedi, a Bahan, and a Pantoran," said Mander. "I don't think we're going to be able to blend in with the local population too much." Still, he took the garment and shed his outer robe. The Z-rape was little more than a blanket with a neck hole, but it fit well enough and left his arms free. "I don't know, it's not like you're what I expected from a Jedi," said Reen. Mander started. Her words mirrored his own dark thoughts. "You've met other Jedi?" he asked. "Other than your brother, I mean." "No," said Reen, "and I didn't see Toro after he left to join your order." "But the holofilms. The old epics and the news reports from the war. The Jedi were always moving, always attacking, always taking risks. Heroic. You seem too insufficient?" suggested Mander, and the dream rose in the back of his mind. "Ordinary," Reen suggested, but the word gave Mander little solace. "Normal. You were more willing to talk than fight me when we first met. You were polite to Papera and his people. And you surrendered the medicine to the CSA. They will be better at distributing it than we would," noted Mander. "Fine. But I still expected you to brandish your lightsaber, or throw someone across the room, or use your mind control powers to make them dance. Reen said. What makes you think I can't do any of that? Said Mander, smiling, and hoping that the smile would turn aside further questions. It did not. What do you do as a Jedi? She asked. Different Jedi have different roles, suggested Mander. But what is yours? Reen insisted. I was Toro's master, said Mander. I taught him in the ways of the Force. Yes, I know, said Reen. And when he mentioned you in his messages, he spoke well of you. Is that all you do, teach young Jedi? Mander gnawed his upper lip. There are few teachers and many who need instruction, he said. But no, I do have other tasks. Such as? Mander let out a deep sigh. I go where I am sent by the Order. Currently, I am overseeing the Jedi archives on Yavin 4. One of my tasks is to track down texts and holos throughout that region of the galaxy, and compare them against those in the Jedi Library on Coruscant. During the Galactic Civil War, many of the vital records were corrupted. Reen interrupted. You're a librarian. Archivist, if you please, said Mander. Librarian, said Reen, with a small laugh. Mander felt himself redden with embarrassment. I served as an apprentice to the great Jedi historian Tyen Salusar. She has been trying to restore the archives in the old Jedi Temple, and my work has been vital in identifying and confirming lost texts. Reen beamed a wide smile, and Mander would have called it a playful and winning smile if the woman weren't being completely insufferable. A librarian! She laughed. My brother never told me that. But I should have guessed. He complained you were always sending him to this text or that volume for some quote from an old Jedi philosopher who was dead long before the Republic was created. The Jedi wanted to respond, to point out the fallacies in her argument, but Eddie hollered from outside the ship. The Badhan had closed up the cargo bay and was already at the control pedestal in the floater's stern. Reen moved at his call, and was down the hillside and clambering onto the skiff. Mander let out a frustrated sigh and wondered why he let her get under his skin. Probably because she was very much like her brother. The Jedi pressed the last security code into the monitors and followed her. The skiff was open-topped, in the Abrician style, and Eddie skated along the dry wash at a good rate of speed, such that any conversation of less than a shout was lost in the swirling dust they kicked up. They passed between a pair of sentinel rocks and were out of the wash and into the open bottomland that held Tel Bolin. Mander turned to confirm where they had come from. The dust in their wake shifted from red and tan to a lighter shade, and the Jedi realized that the city was built on an evaporated lakebed, probably the remnant of when the planet last saw rainfall millennia ago. The town itself was a dirty smudge on the horizon that did not look much better close up. Like most minor worlds, the place had a temporary look about it, the walls made of precast concrete dropped in from orbit and supplemented by mud bricks. Nothing was more than 2 stories tall, and all the edges were worn away into soft curves. Were the city to be abandoned, it would disappear into the lakebed within a generation. It seemed to be well on its way already. Most of the outlying buildings were empty, open doors and windows staring blankly out at the world. Some were scorched around the entrances from fire. Some were marked with a crimson skull and a number underneath. Plague houses, indicating the number of bodies found inside. There was no movement on the streets, and if there were inhabitants, they were watching weakly from the shade. Eddie slowed the skiff and Mander said, "Find a place to set this down, and we'll go farther into the city on foot. We'll stand out on this skiff. After all," he added for Reen's benefit, "we want to blend in." Eddie chose a location that was either an abandoned scrap yard or a multi-vehicle pileup. The scrapyard's office, if it had been the former, had been gutted by flames, and smoky stains marked the walls. Mander made sure no one was about while Eddie secured the skiff. Reen adjusted her blaster, setting it to ride low on her right hip. From eye level, the city did not improve in the least. As they moved deeper into Tel Bolin, there were finally people, dust-covered wretches moving through the morning light. It would normally be the time when people would be abroad, before it got too hot, but the inhabitants were few and far between. Small bees rattling in a much bigger box. One of them staggered by, a miner, by his look, and Mander hailed him, asking where he might find the Skyde of freight offices. That was Popra's business, and that was where they should start. The man looked up suddenly, as if Mander had manifested himself out of the desert air. His eyes were red and rheumy, and thick deposits of white crust hung from the corners of his eyes and mustache. For the first time, Mander wondered about the efficacy of Popra's proposed vaccinations. The miner's mouth worked a few moments, but nothing came out. Instead, he pointed in a general direction, to the right of one of the metal towers in the center of the town. Mander thanked him and pressed a few credits into his hand. When he looked back at the end of the block, the miner was still standing there, looking at the credits in his hand as if Mander had given him beetles. "Try using Hutty's money next time," suggested Reen. "A couple of whoopee-yoopee will do." Mander nodded and said, 16 whoopee-yoopee to a true gut, and 4 true guts to a peggit, which is worth 40 standard credits. So a whoopee-yoopee would be worth about 2/3 of a credit. Reen made an exasperated noise, and Mander regretted immediately sharing the information. He had learned the conversion rates back on Yavin 4, when he had first known he would be dealing with huts, but what true guts and whoopee-yoopee he had brought were unused in his pocket. There was a whine of engines behind them, and the few people on the street quickly sought the safety of nearby doorways. The trio was on a low sidewalk beneath a veranda, so they turned to look. Half a dozen swoop bikes, low, lean machines, screamed up the city street. Unlike their surroundings, they were brightly colored and well-maintained, their riders deeply tattooed and grinning as they carved up furrows of dust in the empty street. They didn't wear any unified colors or uniforms Mander could notice, but clearly shared a love of the noise and the effect it had on the natives. Mander folded his hands in front of him to watch them pass, and realized that Reen and Eddie had melted back into one of the doorways. As the repulsor bikes flared past, kicking up dust, one of the riders flung a bottle in the Jedi's general direction. It did not seem intentional, and the throw was wide in any event. Mander did not flinch as it struck the wall a few feet to his right. Then the swoop gang was gone, swallowed again by the city, and the natives emerged, moving around as if nothing had happened. "We're trying to keep a low profile," said Reen. "You should have stayed in the shadows with us." "I didn't realize you were gone until it was too late," said Mander. "Besides, the one with the bottle had terrible aim." Still, the Jedi pulled at his Z-rape to shake the dust loose. They were encountering shops now, run by merchants who looked like they were uninfected or survivors of the plague. Still, they were haggard and worn, and had little more than information to sell. They got better directions to Skyde of freight though, as well as a warning to stay clear of the center of town. The CSA was rounding people up, an old woman selling discolored fruits said. Mander dropped a couple of whoopee-yoopee into her hand. She nodded but shot Eddie a sharp, nasty glance before retreating to the back of her shop. 2 blocks later, a Land Cruiser bearing CSA markings rattled around the corner. This time Mander followed the local customs and pulled far enough off the street not to attract attention. The craft looked a little battered, and its forward weapon was obviously plugged and non-functional. The pilot behind the wheel was in a CSA uniform, but Mander noted that he was wearing a full breathing rig. Obviously, the CSA had concerns about the usefulness of their own vaccine stores. A land cruiser of this type could carry a squad of troops, but this one had been kitted out with a loudhailer, which blared in Basic, Huttese, and a few other languages. Medicine was available, barked the loudhailer. It would be distributed at the Sling Ball pitch to the south of the city center. Only those with CSA-provided identity tags would receive vaccinations. All citizens should have tags. Those without tags would be violating the law and given tags. Please proceed in an orderly fashion. Be sure to bring your tags. The land cruiser shifted to another language and continued to lumber on, ignoring the people on the streets. For their part, the citizens seemed to be in no rush to take the CSA up on their offer. The distribution has begun, said Mander. That should help us. More people on the street. And it may be that we'll find the skyde of offices to be empty, Reen said, because they're all out getting the medicine we could have brought them. The office of skyde of freight was empty, but it seemed unlikely that the workers were out for a vaccination break. The front door was caved in, the barred windows smashed into jagged shards. Inside, the place was a mess, overturned desks, their electronics hanging out of them, rendering them inert and useless. Smashed data pads and crystals crunched underfoot. Interior closets were vandalized and chairs reduced to kindling. What might have been a safe was now a large hole in the floor, with drag marks leading to the door. And across one wall, written in dark paint, were words in Huttese script. Mander read the glyphs aloud. The Fallen Warrior. Is that a reference to Mika? A testament to his protectors? I don't think of Huts as warriors, said Reen. Probably a brag from the people who did this. Maybe a group of them, like the swoop gang we saw. Odd name for a group, said Mander. You two look about. See if any of the datapads survived. I'm going to ask the neighbors. There were no neighbors, just another handful of empty offices. Some were vandalized, but others were left untouched. He did find a young man sulking in one of the doorways. Spice, Spice, the young man said as Mander approached, low and indistinct. You have spice? Asked Mander. I have medicine, said the man. Fell off the back of a loader this morning. CSA is swimming with it, not that they want to share it without all their red tape. Let's see it, said Mander, and the youth produced a grimy vial filled with yellowish crystals. It looked like the medicinal spice they had brought the same way that Mander looked like the Jedi of Reen's imagination. Good quality, lied Mander, but what I really need is information. The Fallen Warrior. He tilted his voice with just a bit of the force, enough to keep the young man talking. He hissed. You don't want to go there. So it is a place, said Mander, keeping the force in his voice. Tell me why I don't want to go there. It's a cantina for non-humans, said the youth. Non-humans brought the plague, some say. They weren't getting sick. The Huts, the Toydarians, all of them. Early on, when things got bad, people drove them away. That was why Eddie was getting strange looks. When society was under pressure, they blamed people who were different. Aliens. Outlanders. He recalled the hollow conversation he'd had on the Resolute with the young officer stationed planetside. They drove a Hut away? Asked Mander. The youth paused, and Mander wondered if he was trying to answer correctly or fighting the force-powered command in the Jedi's voice. At last he shook his head and shrugged. I don't know. There was a hut here. Didn't see him later. Could be dead. Could be at the Warrior. There was a Nikto that came in before things got bad. He was here after they looted the place. Lousy aliens. Mander found the youth irritating. Where's this place I shouldn't go? The young man told him, then blinked at him and said, You want that spice? That's not spice, said Mander, scowling now, throwing the force fully into his voice. The youth took a step back, then shrugged. It's not really spice. What you should do is get vaccinated. He brought the force up hard with the command, and the youth almost staggered back a step. I really should get vaccinated. And tell others to do so as well. The youth nodded, his eyes vacant now. I should tell the others. And with that he turned away and disappeared down the street, his feet slowly carrying him away as his brain tried to figure out what had happened. Mander frowned. He hadn't needed to do that, but after being needled by Reen, the urge to demonstrate a little Jedi mind power was too strong, even if she didn't see him do it. A momentary weakness, he realized, like a child kicking over an anthill. And just as mature, especially since he had already gotten what he needed. He returned to the office to find the others making a desultory search. They were thorough, said Reen. There are not enough functioning chips here to light up a droid's eye sensors. I found out that the Fallen Warrior is a cantina about 10 blocks from here, Mander said, and that the locals are blaming non-humans for the plague. So we should be careful. The others said nothing, but, as they stepped back into the sunlight, both the Pantoran and the Badhan were looking up and down the street for potential trouble. The Fallen Warrior was built like a bunker, and Mander realized that it would be a good sanctuary if the mobs were looting non-human businesses. Its walls were the original permacrete of the colony, built up with additional layers of mud. Low stairs led up into the building itself, which was set apart from the other structures by broad alleys and a large plaza. There were a couple of obvious side exits as well. Mander also noticed, parked beneath a huge but bare-leafed tree, a collection of brightly colored swoop bikes. The gang was inside, claiming half of the bar and driving the alien clientele to booze along the sides. A stern-looking, statuesque, white-haired woman was behind the bar itself, and gave them a nod that, in one motion, welcomed them, demanded to know their business, and instructed them that the business had better involve drinking. Mander and the others scanned the rooms, blinking as their eyes adapted to the darkness. A bleary-eyed Ithorian sprawled forward over one table. A couple of Nymoidians were talking to Aduro's cousin in another booth. No Rhodians, which made Mander offer thanks for small favors. Some Chiss who pulled back a beaded curtain of their booth to give the new arrivals a once-over, then returned to their plotting. And one Nikto, an Ezrala Se Nikto, also called the mountain people among their species. This one had the traditional flat features common to all Niktos, but bore a set of facial fins that dominated his pale gray features. The Nikto was at the far end of the bar, asleep or drunk or both, his back against where the bar met the rear wall. The tattooed swoop gang had made the Nikto a target for their game. In turn, each would slide a half-filled mug down the length of the bar, toward the inert alien. The idea was apparently to get as close to the Nikto as possible without dropping the drink in his lap. Of course, eventually they would. That's probably our Nikto, said Mander. We should stop this. What are you going to do? Said Reen. Talk them to death? Mander ignored her and motioned for the pair to stay by the door. One of the swoop gang, a big thug in a broad-brimmed hat, gave his mug too hard a push. It slid down the length of the bar, sloshing a pungent, frothy liquid as it spun. It caromed off another glass and right toward the Nikto's lap. And Mander was there to pick it up, settling himself on the stool next to the Nikto, raising the mug in a toast to the swoopers, and then setting it down on the bar. "Sorry to interrupt the game," he said, "but I need to talk to this one. I'll let you get back to your fun in a moment." He turned to the Nikto and shook the alien by the shoulder. "Wake up. I am looking for Mika the Hut." "Hey!" shouted a voice behind him, and the swooper who had flung the most recent glass stormed down to their end of the bar. Mander turned and realized that he had made a mistake. The swoopers were not tattooed. Instead, the dark lines on their faces were veins. Dark veins standing up from the flesh. Tempest, he thought. But what Mander said was, "Leave us in peace for a moment," throwing as much of the force as he could quickly muster behind his request. The thug should have stopped in his tracks and spat something about leaving them in peace. Instead, he raised a massive fist and smashed Mander across the jaw. Surprised, Mander dropped to one knee, the room swimming in his vision. When he looked up, the other swoopers had descended on Reen and Eddie, 3 thugs apiece. No weapons had been drawn, but Reen had already knocked out one opponent, while Eddie was fending off his trio with a chair. The big one standing over Mander had a chair as well, raised above his head to bring it down on the Jedi. Mander's head cleared in an instant, and he reached across his body to pull his lightsaber, only to get it tangled in the folds of his Z-Rape. He rolled out of the way as the thug brought the chair down on the space where he had been, the Jedi pulling himself fully upright. Mander brought the lightsaber out, but had it backward. He could have easily flipped it in his hands, but instead he drove the butt end of the device into his attacker's belly. The air rushed out of his opponent's lungs, and Mander, not stopping, brought the metal hilt of his blade straight up, connecting with the swooper's jaw. Now it was the big thug's turn to fall backward from the force of the blow. Mander looked up at the others. Reen had downed a second one, and Eddie had lost his chair, but one of the swoop gang was collapsed at his feet. Still, there were more swoopers than allies. The big one was struggling to his feet, the veins rich and dark on his face, a purplish crust at the corners of his eyes. Now Mander spun the lightsaber around in his hand, igniting it as he did so. It crackled to life like caged lightning. The bully brought himself up centimeters from the tip of the blade. The others, alerted by the noise, stopped fighting immediately. Everyone stared at the lightsaber glowing like a beacon in the darkened cantina. Fear drained the face of the lead swooper. He suddenly looked very pale in the light of the weapon. "I think you should go," said Mander. He did not need to put the force into his voice to make his point. Now. The lead swooper took a step back, then a second, and a third. Then he turned and bolted for the door, his still conscious allies following him. There came the satisfying sound of swoop bike engines engaging, then fading into the distance. Reen motioned the barkeep over to discuss damages and what to do with the unconscious gang members. Eddie picked up the big swooper's wide-brimmed hat and tried it on. It fit passably enough. Mander turned back to the Nikto, who was now awake and plastered in fear against the back wall. "Mika the Hut," said Mander softly. "We're looking for him. I've been sent by his father." The Nikto stammered something in Huttese, then gulped a deep breath of air and said in Basic, "Yes, yes. I will take you to him. He's to the north, in Temple Valley." He rose unsteadily to his feet and almost pitched forward. Mander helped the Nikto out of the cantina, and saw that 3 of the bikes had been left beneath the dead tree. He made for them, Reen and Eddie behind him. He set the Nikto behind him on one of the bikes while Eddie broke open the security system on the ignition systems. "That went well," said Reen. "You know, I didn't expect you to really try to talk him to death." "I know," said Mander, covering his own discomfort. But you saw the dark blood vessels. The rage. I saw it after the fight started. Tempest. Well, apparently it interfered with my Jedi mind tricks. Mander looked at Eddie, who bypassed the security on the last swoop bike and fired it up. The engine revved satisfactorily, and the Bothan gave him a thumbs up. It interfered with your abilities. That's a bad thing, said Reen. That's a very bad thing, agreed Mander. Let's get back to the cargo skiff. We can leave the bikes there for their original owners to find and take the skiff to Temple Valley. By the time they had gotten back to the skiff, the Nikto had recovered enough to apologize to all of them for abandoning his post and being found drunk. He had been entrusted to watch over the office when brave young Mika chose to abandon the city. That was early on, when the deaths were rampant and people were blaming the Outlanders. He had been living in the office after Mika left, until a mob broke in one night. He had escaped, but the place was ruined. So he had left a note as to where he could be found. Now that help had arrived, he would take them to Temple Valley. Temple Valley was one of the more pleasant locations on Endrigad, more rolling hills than sharp-walled arroyos. Still, great rock formations had erupted from the landscape like partially buried cathedrals, giving the region its name. The Nikto's directions were exact, and they topped the last rise to see an unexpected sight. It was a crashed spaceship, its engines ripped from their mounts by the force of the impact. A shallow trench and debris field stretched from the ruins about a kilometer to the west, with large fragments dotting the landscape like metal altars to a forgotten god. The main body of the ship was cracked almost in half lengthwise, and the port side had plowed into the hillock. Beneath the starboard wing a small collection of tents had been set up against the heat, using the ruined ship and a parked luxury skiff as supports. As they approached, Niktos stirred from the shade of the ship, red, green, and mountain subfamilies, all descended from a common stock. All of them were armed, but when they saw the Nikto with Mander, they set up a cheer. Eddie settled their skiff and they debarked, the mountain Nikto explaining in rapid Huttese to the others what had happened. He was going too fast for Mander to make out everything, but the phrases, wise Papera, and Jedi, were used a great deal. Mander looked over at the camp beneath the ship's wing, and another large shape moved into the sunlight. This was a hut, smaller than the others he had seen, his flesh a pale yellow-green with a lighter underbelly. It was wearing an incongruous zirape made out of a large blanket, and had a broad-brimmed hat shielding its eyes. Mander stepped up to the hut, meeting it halfway. "I am Mander Zuma," Mander said in Huttese. "If you are Mika the Hutt, I should tell you that your father is concerned." "I am Mika Anjuliak," said the young Hutt in educated, precise basic. "My father has every right to have been concerned." Welcome to Ground Zero for the Endrigad Plague. Chapter 7. Mika the Hutt. "When the plague came, we had no chance to get off the planet," said Mika. "And to be frank, I had no desire to. I had been negotiating with the miners over a particularly rich substratum of geodes, and was shocked by how quickly they succumbed to the disease. We did what we could, but had precious little medicine with us. Even my Niktos were infected, though the survivors developed an immunity. They were gathered beneath the wing of the ruined craft. The Nikto bodyguards had rigged up thick fabric tarps around them that kept most of the dust at bay, and appointed the quarters and comfort for their hut master. Brocaded cushions were strewn about on carpeting that may have come from the ship itself. Reen and Mander sat on the cushions, while Eddie, still wearing his broad-brimmed hat, wandered around the ship's exterior, poking at the damage. 2 Nikto guards followed him at a discreet distance. Another Nikto brought Mika a steaming bowl, and the Hutt poised his face over the rim, letting the hot vapor rise. Despite such ministrations, the hut's skin was dry and cracking in numerous places. Other servants brought Reen and Mander thin glass flutes of scent wine. Even hiding in the wilderness, Mander thought, the huts still liked their luxury. Mika breathed deeply and continued. Things quickly went from bad to worse in Tel Bolin. Effective civil authority collapsed, and the existing stocks of medicine were exhausted. Entire blocks would be infected overnight. Then the stories began to circulate that outworlders, traitors, and aliens were responsible for the plague. Houses and buildings were burned. Mika sighed. It turns out that those blaming the outworlders were right, though not the way they thought. I tracked the spread of the disease through the region and discovered that it appeared first in the Temple Valley. When things became too uncomfortable in the city, I decamped with my entourage and came looking. I left Orderman here, back at the Skyde of offices, and charged him with getting word out and waiting for help. He looked at the now sober Nikto, who was chatting quietly with his companions. It sounds like he failed in the first case, but succeeded admirably in the second. The hut turned back to the others, regarding them with wide, expressive eyes. I confirmed that the first and most virulent cases came from this area, and once we arrived, we searched the region until I found this ship. He looked up at the blackened and twisted metal. From the weathering and exposure, this wreck is recent. I would guess 2 or 3 weeks before the epidemic hit Tel Bolin, at most. And whose ship is this? Asked Mander. That is the thing of it, said Mika. I do not know. It is a YV-100, said Reen. Corellian Engineering Corporation model, but even from the remains it looks heavily modified. That's not unusual for this type of ship. We know the make of it, but have no record of the owner, Mika clarified. Nothing on our registry or that of the Miners Guild in Tel Bolin matches it, and none of the onboard records survived the impact. We found the bodies of the crew, Corellians by the way, and we burned the remains as best we could in accord with their customs. You could pull the inspection numbers off the engines, suggested Reen. They have customized serial numbers. The hut paused for a moment, and then nodded at one of his guards. The Nikto immediately went over to one of the cast-off engines with a data pad. Meanwhile, Mika pointed to the west. I assumed they were smugglers. Geode smuggling is fairly common here. Otherwise they would have landed at Tel Bolin. Nearly as I can reconstruct it, the ship came in at a very shallow angle from the west. I think it clipped one of the sentinel stones in that direction. Perhaps it was at night, or in a bad storm. Had the pilot been more capable, she would have been able to land the craft. Perhaps they were already affected by the disease. What was the ship carrying? Asked Reen. The hut shrugged, a full body ripple that radiated down his back. It was empty when my people found it. It could have been making a deadhead run. Traveling empty. Perhaps coming to pick something or someone up. Or someone else got to the wreck before you did, said Eddie. Mander hadn't realized that the Bahan had returned and had been standing there, listening to their discussion. Eddie crossed over to Mander and held out a cupped hand. I found this near the remains of the cargo bay. He carefully poured the contents into Mander's palm. Eddie had given Mander a handful of sand. Mander looked closer and saw that among the sand were bright crystals of purple. Tempest, said Reen, who was leaning in as well. There's not a lot of it, and it's mixed in with the dirt and sand, but I think it came from the ship, said Eddie. Tempest? Said Mika, his eyes wide with curiosity. A hard spice, very addictive, said Mander, offering the tainted sand to the hut. Mika shrank back but waved for one of his Nikto servants to take it. A proper container was provided, and the Hutt stared at it, as if trying to divine its mysteries with his large, bright eyes. "There were some other purple splotches in the sand when we arrived," said Mika at last. "I had thought it to be merely some lubricants that leaked out of the ship after the crash." "It is a spice, then. But not one I have seen before." "We've seen it before and its effects," said Reen. "It promotes sudden rage and discolored veins near the surface of the skin." She raised her voice slightly at the end, obviously fishing. Mika frowned. "I think I saw some humans with those effects in town. My family does deal in spice on occasion, but not the harder varieties. My father would not hear of it. But it does help make sense of it all. If the ship was carrying a dangerous drug, they would have been making a rendezvous with a local contact out here. Something goes wrong and the ship crashes, and the contact finds the ship first. And brings the spice into town for resale, bringing the plague with him," Reen finished. The Hutt nodded at the idea and added, "And if he hired local geode miners to help move it, that would be why they were infected first." "I found the drug in Makumte," said Mander, "and crossed blades with some members of the Bomu clan, Rhodians who were selling it. Then, when we hyperjumped into the system, we were immediately attacked by a raider that identified itself as Bomu as well." Mika leaned forward, intrigued. "So if these Rhodians were involved in selling the spice, this ship may have been one of theirs. Or perhaps the raiders knew about the spice shipment and engaged the smuggler's ship, and that is why it crashed in the first place. Possibly both the Rhodians and the Corellians you found dead here work for the same operation," said Mander. Mika leaned back and stroked what could have been, beneath the rolls of fat, his chin. "Your raider would have been in space because they couldn't get to the surface and the shipment of Tempest. Or they had nothing to do with this shipment at all, and were just in space waiting for us," said Reen. At that the Hutt's wide eyes turned on her with a quizzical look. Mander said, "Rhodians take vengeance very seriously, and we gave them good enough cause. And they may have been involved in the death of a companion of ours." The Hutt looked at Reen and recognition dawned. "You are a Pantoran, like the other Jedi." "Toro, his name was?" "His name was," said Reen, frowning. "He was killed." The Hutt's face fell in on itself. "I am sorry," he said, and sounded like he meant it. "I met him only a few times, when he was negotiating with the family. He seemed very brave and honest." "He seemed very brave and honest. It's one of the things we are looking into," said Mander, and the Hutt turned back to him. "The Bomus may be after us because of the Tempest, or they may be after us because of the coordinates of the Indrexis spiral." "Ah," said the young Hutt. "That deal went through then? And that was how you got here?" "Yes, I've used the route myself." "Was there anyone else interested in those coordinates?" asked Mander. "Or more important, was there anyone who would not want other people to have those coordinates?" "No," said Mika, after a moment's thought. "We acquired that hyperjump path about 6 standard months ago, and used it to speed our deliveries. But we also found it was a route better for light freighters than big ships. My father always said, Japando ki fo fun, information is like fruit. It is perishable, and can quickly go bad. As soon as you discover something, the chance that someone else discovers the same thing, or discovers that you have discovered it, goes up exponentially. The Bathans know this very well." He nodded to Eddie when he said this, who touched the tip of his hat in recognition. Mika returned to the subject, saying, "We put out word about the existence of the route, and were surprised when the most reasonable response came from the new Jedi Order. We figure it was a good sale, and that you would then distribute that information with less of an immediate profit, and we would benefit most from the situation. You can check with my father, but there were no other serious bidders that I knew of. That doesn't mean that someone else wasn't using the Andrexa spiral, and hoping to keep others away, said Mander. The Hutt thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Especially if they were using the spiral for smuggling this hard spice, this tempest, said Mika. They might be properly motivated to stop anyone who threatens to give away their secrets. Including the Angeliacs, Mander began, but he was interrupted from pursuing this tack further by sudden shouts from the Nikto guards. They were pointing up the hillside that led back to Tel Bolin. Mander rose and walked to the edge of the shade provided by the ruined wing to get a better look. The ridge was occupied by about 24 humans, all mounted on colorful swoop bikes. The Jedi noticed that the 3 bikes they had liberated earlier and later abandoned were among their number. Our friends are back, said Mander. Friends? Said Mika. Swoop gang, shouted Reen, pulling her blaster. Tempest addicts. Eddie had pulled his blaster as well, and was alongside her. Mander noted that his was a small, discreet weapon, and realized he had not seen him use it previously. The Jedi ignited his lightsaber, the blade coming alive with a harsh crackle. Behind them a handful of Nikto closed over Mika, hustling him back to his larger skiff. The others were scrambling with their blaster carbines to find cover. The leader of the swoop gang, the large one without the hat, raised a hand and let out a war whoop. The wave of swoops surged down from the crest, their forward blasters firing. The opening volley caught a few of the Niktos in the open, cutting them down, but now about 3 others had taken up positions among the wreckage and were returning fire. A couple of the swoop riders fell, but the entire wave came on. One bike in particular, festooned with a Gundark skull on the leading edge, bore down on Mander, weapons blazing. The Jedi deflected the blaster fire, then, as the bike was almost on top of him, he leapt upward. It was a good leap, and he cleared the Gundark skull and the forward repulsor. He tumbled over the bike, dragging his blade beneath him as he spun. The rider tried to fall out of his seat, but moved too slowly, and his head and right arm struck the dirt separately. The unmanned swoop continued forward and caught an outcropping, toppling end over end into the crashed and ruined starship. Mander landed and winced at a sudden pain in his ankle. By that time, the first wave of the swoops had passed through the camp, and was now regrouping at the far side for another strafing run. Only about 4 had fallen, leaving more than a dozen. The leader gave another wave, and with a shout they surged back into the camp. Mander looked around quickly. There was no sign of Mika and his defenders. Eddie and Reen had hunkered down behind some crates and were returning fire, shot for shot. On closer inspection, Mander could see that most of the original Nikto defenders were down. The attackers had mobility and firepower, he realized. The best he could do to even the odds was to take out the chain of command. The Jedi ran into the open, toward the swoop gang leader. The gang leader had produced a long, curved blade and was piloting the swoop one-handed, intent on cutting Mander down before everyone. Mander felt the pain of a twisted ankle radiating with every step, and favored the leg as he ran forward. The swoop leader saw the limp and screamed again, his face twisted in a spasm of tempest-induced rage. Mander waited for the last second, then brought his blade up to match that of the leader. The lightsaber cut through the blade effortlessly, but the blade was not Mander's target. Instead, he followed through to dig into the leader's torso, and the seat itself, cutting through the couplings and thrusters. The swoop let out a shriek and pitched sideways, dragging its dead rider across the sand before impacting into the side of a ruined starship engine. Blaster bolts cut around him, and Mander deflected what he could, but limped toward Reen and Eddie's position as they lent him cover. The attackers were down to less than a dozen, but only a couple of Nikto bodyguards were still standing. The surviving swoops spun around for yet another pass. Removing the leader had done little to shake their resolve. Then Mika's own skiff rose from behind the wreckage of the freighter, the small hut manning a forward-mounted gun. The weapon swung in a smooth, practiced arc, shots falling among the swoop bikes. 2 of them went up in flames, and the concussions flipped another pair of swoops. The survivors turned tail at that, fleeing up the hill, Eddie and Reen firing a few shots at their retreating backs. Mander turned toward the hut's skiff. The small hut saluted the Jedi, but as he did so a last swoop bike rose behind the skiff, its wounded rider training twin guns at the hut's back. Mander tried to shout, but the blasters erupted too quickly, and the hut ducked. It happened in an instant, too fast for even Mander to realize. The hut slumped and threw himself to one side, so that the blaster shots ripped through the forward housing of his skiff and one of his guardian Niktos, but left the hut unscathed. In a moment, shots from Eddie, Reen, and the surviving Niktos cut the biker down. As soon as it had started, it was over, the battlefield nothing more than corpses and smoking blasters scoring. Mander checked out the Niktos, to find only 1 or 2 still alive. Of the swoop riders, none survived the encounter. Their dead faces were twisted in rigid snarls, mapped by the tracery of tempest-swelled blood vessels. Eddie and Reen came up to him, and Mander shook his head. "No survivors." "I didn't know you wanted to question them," said the Batan. Reen shook her head. "Maybe you should have kept one alive yourself." "Of course, your lightsaber doesn't have a stun setting." Mika slithered out from the shade of the shelter, 2 Niktos trailing behind him. "Thank you," Mander said to the hut. "Your excellent service will be rewarded," replied the hut. "You weakened them sufficiently for me to act." "If I had brought the skiff out too early in the battle, it would have just drawn all the fire." "You know who they were?" "The Tempest addicts we ran into earlier," said Mander. "They probably followed us." "Probably," said the youthful hut, but he did not seem convinced. "What happens now?" Mander looked around at the debris. "If you have nothing else going on here, I'd like to head back to our ship." Quietly. "We can load our wounded on one of the skiffs, and I can go with you on the other," said the hut. "Do we leave then?" "We will send word to your father once we reach our ship," said Mander. "But if we don't have any more trouble, we should stay a few more days. The CSA is distributing the spice your father gave us to the infected populace. It would be easier to wait until the quarantine is lifted." "Hang on," said the hut, looking skyward. "I think there is going to be a change of plans." Eddie growled as well, hearing something above human recognition. Reen looked up at the dust-filled sky. "What?" "I don't hear anything." Mander scanned the horizon. "You're right. More visitors are incoming." He had just managed to get the words out of his mouth when the IRDs came screaming across the sky. There were 3 of them. One of them banked toward Tel Bolin while the other 2 circled over the campsite, looking for a place to touch down. "The cavalry arrives," muttered Reen. "Once all the fighting is over, of course." "More likely the fighting is what drew them in the first place," said Mander. "Do you have a recommendation for our next action?" said Mika, looking sidewise at the Jedi. "Let's play nice," said Mander, and Reen growled at the concept. After all, he continued, your father did ask the CSA to find you, and now they have, after their own fashion. Flight Officer Lockerbie was in his cleanly pressed uniform, though more cautious and officious than Mander had previously thought possible. He stood farther away from the Jedi and the others as he spat out orders. Everyone will remain in the campsite. A shuttle will be dispatched from the Resolute for them and their wounded. The other IRD is tracking the fleeing swoops. No, they will not be allowed to return to the new ambition, at least not until Lieutenant Commander Kryn has had a chance to speak with all of them. And one more thing, she wishes to speak with Mander Zuma immediately. Chapter 8. Repercussions. By saying that she wished to speak with Mander Zuma, Lieutenant Commander Angela Kryn apparently meant to say she wished to lock him up and throw away the key. For the next 2 days Mander was provided with comfortable but secure quarters aboard the Dreadnought Resolute. It was a pleasant set of rooms, which would qualify as a suite on many worlds, with a separate bedroom and bath. These wonderful accommodations were only marred by the carbine-wielding CSA troopers posted outside his door, visible only when food was provided. He was not allowed visitors or contact with others. He was also denied any access to communications or to the ship's library. He was left alone with his thoughts, which at first blush seemed to be punishment enough. He meditated and slept between meals, and if there were any spycams in walls, which he assumed likely, it would show for most of the time the Jedi engaged in eating, sleeping, and resting in a state that looked like sleeping. In reality, Mander was reviewing what he knew and what they had learned from Endergad. The plague was tied to the Tempest trade, which meant that it might show up on other, more populous worlds. Perhaps it already had broken out on other planets and would most likely disappear among other, more virulent diseases or be handled by medicines that were regularly prescribed in more urban areas against a host of ills. No, an isolated outpost on an otherwise lightly populated planet was a perfect place to come down with a new disease. So had this ship of unknown provenance and origin birthed previously on the disease's original homeworld, or did the Tempest itself come from a plague world? Mander reminded himself to ask the lieutenant commander if she could check the spice and the disease to determine an origin point. That is, if he ever saw her again. Of course they would let them go, eventually. It was too much trouble to keep a Hutt incarcerated, particularly one whose family was interested in his release. And once Mika was returned to his family, the news that Mander was a guest of the CSA would likely spread. The Angeliacs would sell that information, if nothing else, and the Order would ask for his release. And he would refuse to go unless Reen and Eddie B-Ray were released as well. Patience, then, was the best medicine. Though he wished he could get a message to the two of them, Reen in particular. He could not imagine her taking this confinement to quarters in good spirits. He thought about her and Eddie, and wondered if the pair had anything in their permanent records that might make the CSA bring other charges against them. He decided that it was unlikely. Reen was reticent to admit she and the Bahan had previously engaged in smuggling, so the Jedi assumed that it was a relatively rare matter, and the fact they got burned on it and lost their ship indicated that they probably had not been doing it as a full-time profession. More than likely it was something the Pantoran had agreed to on an impulse, or had decided that the reward was high enough to make it worth it. Reen reminded him much of her brother Toro in that degree. Impulsive. Emotional. Ready to take the big risk without considering the outcome. With that impulsiveness came an ability to think beyond the standard responses, which was an advantage. But by the same token, that ability had often led the younger man into the trouble that required that kind of thinking in the first place. Mander Zuma thought of their last duel together, as master and apprentice, at the Praxium on Yavin 4. What had begun as training exercises had blossomed into a friendly and weekly rivalry, in which Toro would try out new tactics and moves that he had been developing. Mander found himself spending more time in practice, researching old holotexts on fighting styles and understanding their underpinning. Usually one of Toro's new moves had been discovered, exploited, and countered centuries before by some Jedi. Still, the young Pantoran was eager and enthusiastic, and showed no regret that a previous Jedi had walked that path long before he did. Apprentice Toro Irana had brought his own lightsaber as well that day. He had crafted it by hand, with crystals that he himself had harvested, as Mander had done before him. His blade had a blue-white purity to it that reflected off his deep blue flesh. The handle was shorter than Mander's, but he wielded it with a fluidity where the blade led and the body followed effortlessly. Mander noted with regret that Toro would soon leave the Praxium and act as a Jedi Knight on his own. He had not realized at the time how soon that would be. The pair saluted and began to spar, their blades sliding off each other as they touched. Both were holding their blows, Toro waiting for the moment to unleash his latest supposed discovery, Mander waiting for his student to try something. Toro pressed, Mander retreated a few steps and turned aside the attack, riposted, and forced Toro back as well. Then Toro saw something that Mander never did in the heat of combat, some weakness in Mander's responses that opened the older Jedi to an attack on one side. Suddenly Toro seized the opportunity, pressing with a series of wide swings. Mander knew his peril in a moment, and quickly parried the blade, but Toro had already pulled back and unleashed another onslaught, this one culminating with a double-handed overhand smash. Mander recognized the series from a set of old holos in the archives. It was used 200 years previously, primarily for its flashy nature. This was an assault that played to the crowds, but had several counters, the most effective being a steering block. Mander brought his blade up and the two lightsabers crackled as he caught the descending blade squarely with his own. The force of the blow staggered him slightly, but Mander gave with the knees and resisted the blow. Despite being beneath his opponent's blade, Mander now had the advantage. He could steer the attacking opponent, who was overextended and could not keep the pressure up beyond the initial blow. Mander could move him easily to the right or left, breaking the contact and putting Toro at a disadvantage. Instead, Mander held the blades for a long moment. Through their clashed lightsabers, he could feel the pressure of Toro's blade shift first to one side, then the other, trying to slide past the block. Always Mander countered these attempts, keeping Toro in the blocked position. The apprentice was trapped. His only choice was to release the pressure and fall back, surrendering the momentum, and perhaps the match, to Mander. Toro knew all that, Mander realized. Using the steering block to trap your opponent's blade was a basic maneuver, and no Jedi would hold it once it became clear that his opponent had that level of control. What was he planning? Master, said Toro, the force flowing into his voice. You want to drop your weapon? A wave of the force swept over Mander, and it felt like his mind was a ship, riding up that wave. For an instant he thought this was a reasonable request, and he reduced his pressure on his student's upper blade. Toro grinned and pressed his assault. Then suddenly the boat of his mind crested the wave and Mander knew what Toro had tried. He was using the force to weaken him, a simple mind trick. Mander's own resolve rose within him, and he pulled back farther, causing Toro to overbalance now and fall toward him, losing the control that his mind trick had temporarily given him. Mander guided his opponent's lightsaber to the right and stepped away, executing his own push at the last moment, and sending his student sprawling. Mander finished his disengage with a twist of his wrist, and Toro's short-hafted lightsaber flew from his fingers. Toro rolled to one side and tried to rise, his hand reaching out to pull his lightsaber to him. He stopped when he realized that Mander was standing over him, lightsaber pointed at his apprentice's chest. Toro raised both hands in surrender. The match was over. Mander, however, did not move. He fought the sense of anger within him. "That was incredibly foolish," he said, trying to make his words sound less furious and more instructive. He failed utterly. "Do not use the Force like that on me." Toro's eyes went wide, and for the first moment Mander saw something that he had not seen before in his student: fear. Slowly, Mander Zoomer raised his lightsaber and shrank the blade back into its hilt. He reached down and offered Toro his hand. Toro hesitated for a moment, half a second at most, then grasped his master's hand and got to his feet. "I am sorry, Master Zuma," said Toro Irana. "I did not mean to anger you." "You didn't," said Mander, and knew it was a lie as soon as the words left his mouth. "You did surprise me, which I assume was your intent." "It was," said Toro, looking for forgiveness in Mander's face. "I didn't know it had been tried before." "It has," said Mander, his voice softening as he moved from upbraiding to instructing. "And that's why you don't use it. When you attempt to use the Force to manipulate the mind of another of similar ability, that attempt is clear to your target, and will probably be met with extreme resistance and retribution. And that includes them using the Force to manipulate you as well." "Then," Toro said, and Mander could see that the young Pantoran was digesting what he had said, looking for a way around it, "I could use it as a tactic against opponents who are not strong in the Force." "If you could," said Mander, "you probably would not need to draw your lightsaber in the first place. The Force can have a strong influence on the weak-minded." "That was a quote," noted Toro. "Yes," said Mander. "From my master's master's master. And an apprentice's mind tricks should not work on the one who taught them to him. Should you find yourself in a situation where someone uses the Force on you in this way, try the meditation of emptiness. It clears your mind, and with it the influence of others." "I will remember that, Master," said Toro, smiling now, sure he had been forgiven. Mander managed to smile back at his student, though his mind was neither empty nor clear on the matter. "Come," he said. "Let me tell you of the dangers of using the Force in that way. We can spar again later." But they never did spar again, and Mander knew that would be the case. Even without his attempt to use the Force, Toro was more than capable of taking Mander's full measure, and the older Jedi knew it. So when the opportunity appeared for Toro Irana to leave the Praxium on Yavin 4, he took it, and his travels thereafter never took him back. The next time Mander saw him, the young Pantoran was dead, lying still in a Swokes mortuary, his body ravaged by the effect of the tempest and a fall from a great height. Was it his fault? Mander wondered. If he had not reacted in such anger, humiliated the young man, would he have stayed? Would he have been a better Jedi with more training? Or if someone else had trained him? Or did he let the young man pass into the greater universe without sufficient training, because he himself lacked anything else to teach him? Or, Mander thought, was the fact that Toro took Tempest simply the young Jedi's own doing? Was he looking for that edge? If Tempest increased the resistance to the Force, then was he looking for something that wouldn't let others manipulate him as he could manipulate others? There was a knock and the hatch slid open, shaking Mander from these musings. Lieutenant Lockerbie appeared with 2 guards. "The commander wishes to see you at your earliest convenience," he stated. He and his companions did not move from the entrance, indicating that they would wait for that time to arrive. Mander let out a sigh and pulled himself to his feet, reaching for his formal outer robe. I was having trouble meditating anyway, he said, following Lockerbie as the two guards fell in behind them. As they approached the command conference deck, the door hissed open and another lieutenant, escorting Rena Irana, emerged, followed by two more guards. There was a brief moment as the two groups sought to move past each other in the hallway without breaking protocol. It seems she wants to talk to all of us, said Reen as she passed near Mander. What did she ask you about? Said Mander. Reen made a face and said, What do two women always talk about? Seeing the confusion on his face, she answered her own question. Men. And then the changing of the guards was complete, and she was gone, back to her own private, guarded suite. Mander was issued into the lieutenant commander's presence. The command conference deck was as Spartan as Mander remembered it. Only one chair was before the large desk console. Mander noted that the hollow chess game was paused in mid-game to one side. Behind Lieutenant Commander Angela Kryn, Endergad spun slowly on the view screen, unchanged from the time when the plague held that world in its grip. Angela Kryn did not look particularly pleased to see Mander, despite the passage of 2 days. It goes without saying that your actions reflect badly on my judgment, said the lieutenant commander. I don't think it was bad judgment at all, said Mander calmly. You were my personal guests when you first arrived. For 3 days, Kryn said. 3 days. At the end of that time, you did not proceed out of the system as instructed, but rather immediately attempted to break the medical blockade, landing on a quarantined world. In all fairness, Mander said calmly, the blockade should have been in place to keep people from leaving, thereby spreading the infection. Breaking into a plague house pretty much carries its own penalty. You then violate CSA law, she said. Ignoring his comment, get into a brawl with local thugs, and finally engage in a firefight with those thugs at the site of a previously unreported crash site, which may have been the cause of the plague in the first place. Angela Kryn shook her head and asked, What do you have to say for yourself? You're welcome. Before the lieutenant commander could recover, Mander added quickly, We delivered medicinal spice to you before your own government could, making it easier to restore the rule of law on Endergad. We took it upon ourselves to locate a missing hut, whose recovery both reflects well on you diplomatically and reduces the number of irritating hollow messages you would receive from his concerned family. We took out a swoop gang that was terrorizing the disease-weakened populace, and in addition discovered that a deadly hard spice called Tempest was being smuggled onto the planet. All of which you could do on your own, and commendably well, I may add, were it not for the fact that you were trying to hold everything else together and maintaining a one-ship blockade. By retroactively delegating a few choice decisions in your report back to the CSA, you might even be commended for your initiative and problem-solving abilities. Lieutenant Commander Angela Kryn looked at Mander long and hard. Surprisingly, she allowed herself a laugh and said, You are not what I expected from a Jedi. Oddly, you're not the first person to tell me that, said Mander. The CSA officer settled herself into her chair. The CSA medicines did arrive, by the way, and are being distributed. The plague is, for all intents and purposes, curtailed. As I said, you had matters well in hand, said Mander. We only helped enable your efforts. And this Tempest you found, said Angela Kryn. You know of it? Asked Mander. Not directly, she said, tapping her datapad. There are reports of this addiction all along this spiral arm. It is coming into the corporate worlds from outside, in particular those that have a lot of trade connections. And the increase in the drug's usage is coupled with an increase in violence. Enough to reduce planetary efficiency numbers. Which makes it a problem the CSA cannot ignore, said Mander. The lieutenant commander set down the pad and rubbed her face. So I solve one problem to find a greater one. That hut you rescued, he's not what I expected either. I've noticed, said Mander. He speaks in basic, and seems almost. She thought for the word she needed, then settled on. Helpful. He gave a full reporting of his situation, and your contribution. He provided the engine numbers so we can track down the craft. He also provided some samples of this Tempest spice for my people to analyze. He has proved easier to work with than you were. He also plays hollow chess, said Mander, tilting his head toward the half-completed game. He plays very well, said Angela Kryn, and he was almost complimentary about the CSA's work against the plague. He said our efforts were sufficient. That is hut speak for thank you, said Mander. But where does that leave us? Kryn smiled now, and it was a conspiratorial smile. This strange young hut and I had some discussions, and he made clear that he thinks well of you and yours, and would like to see matters resolved positively. I suppose with some careful language in my reports and a commendation for Flight Officer Lockerbie, you would be cleared of charges and released under your own recognizance. As such, you and yours are free to go, with the general and blanket stern warning never to do this again. I will attempt to keep myself off plague-ridden planets with huts in the near future, said Mander, grinning back. The lieutenant commander touched a few buttons on her desk, and rose. I do have a message for you. I took the liberty of contacting the huts after your return, and sending them a full report. This came in response. She touched a glyph and the head of one of Vago's H3PO units crackled into view, bleached to a white ghost by the transceiver. The droid burbled. Pa-Pera, may his tongue always be tipped with sweet oils, extends greetings to the Jedi Mander Zuma and his most capable associates in regard to the recovery of his youngest son, Mika, and hopes that you have found the agreement made to your liking. He wishes you to escort his beloved spawn Mika back to Nar Shaddaa, where Pa-Pera will be waiting to further reward you for your efforts, as well as speak of additional matters of mutual benefit. The message cut off without asking for a response. I don't have to warn you, Angela Kryn said gently, how dangerous it is to deal with huts. Even helpful ones. She looked at her data pad. I will check out Mika's information on the spice smuggling. In the meantime, fly careful, Mander Zuma. Mander rose and said, Fly careful, Lieutenant Commander. Outside the briefing deck, Mander encountered Eddie B-Ray, flanked not by guards but by a pair of shuttle pilots. They're letting me go down and bring back the new ambition. They offered to fetch it themselves, but Reen would not let them know where it is. She's possessive that way. I understand, said the Jedi. Did you have a chance to talk with the Lieutenant Commander over the past few days? Eddie B-Ray shook his head. Not I. Reen did the talking for the two of us. Reen said they were talking about men, said Mander. The Bothan's mouth spread into a lupin grin. She's pulling your chain, he said. The CSA was talking with us about a job. Mander blinked. The idea that Reen and the Bahan would leave never occurred to him. A job? What kind of job? Are you taking it? Eddie held his palms up and shrugged, and Mander was suddenly aware that they were surrounded by 4 officers of the CSA. Let me put it this way, Mander said, pushing his other questions to the back of his mind. Are you available for a short haul? Again the lupin grin. I think we can do that, but you'll have to talk to Reen. Good enough, said Mander. When you get back with the ship, we will fit it out for a trip to Nar Shaddaa. Papera wishes us to bring his wayward child home to him, and I think we should oblige. Eddie made an indeterminate noise. All right. I have to admit, though, it's hard for a Bahan to trust a hut. Professional rivalry and all that. But beyond that, there is more going on here than meets the eye. These huts have been very helpful. Even you must admit that, said Mander. Eddie nodded. But like Reen says, at their heart, they're still huts. We should be careful with their gifts. You know that saying Mika quoted, information is like fruit? Yes? It's a Bahan saying, Eddie said. They stole it. Chapter 9. A Night on Nar Shada. Once upon a time, Reen said, the huts did not live on Nar Huda, or on its moon Nar Shada. They lived on a planet called Varl, and it was a terrible place, perfect for the huts. The world orbited two stars, Ivona and Ardos, whom the huts said were gods and lovers. Ivona was consumed by darkness, and Ardos, in rage, exploded, destroying all the other worlds of their system and blasting the very atmosphere from Varl itself. She tweaked the descent controls, and the traffic relays glowed green on her console for their final approach. The bow of the new ambition dipped toward their destination. Ivona was consumed by a black hole, said Mander. Ardos went nova and is now a white dwarf. Reen ignored him. The huts fled before the devastation and came to the Tub system, and found the world Evakar, which they called Nal Huta, glorious jewel in their language. But Nal Huta was occupied by another species, the Avoshii, who welcomed them and thought to share their lands. The huts did not like the idea of sharing, and drove the Avoshii from their world, resettling them on the largest of its moons, now called Nar Shada. And then the huts took over Nar Shada, the smuggler's moon, and killed all the Avoshii anyway. I am well aware of the stories and the histories, said Mander. I've read them myself in the archives. You have a point? The point, said the Pantoran, is that the huts have survived the deaths of their gods, and think of themselves as suitable replacements for those deities. They consider everyone and everything else expendable. They had spent an inordinate amount of time in a holding pattern beyond the orbit of the smuggler's moon, waiting for permission to land. Mander thought that while Papera was a powerful force in the Andrexis sector, his was not one of the clans of the ancients, the true ruling families of this world. He was ultimately a small fish in this wider and more deadly sea. Now, coming in low among the tall spires of Nar Shada, Mander could think of nothing else but a mudwasp nest, always buzzing, always active, but with precious little planning. Nar Shada was known as both the smuggler's moon and as Little Coruscant, and though it had the sprawling urbanism of the former imperial capital, it had nothing of that planet's grace and organization. The towering spires of Nar Shada were thrown up without concern for their effects on one another, and as such contended for airspace among boiling rivers of air cars and floater vehicles. These traveled in only the barest semblance of the ordered air lanes of the original Coruscant, and small craft weaved and dodged among larger vehicles like the new Ambition in a twisted confusion of air skimmers, speeders, swoops, flitters, repulsor lifts, and the occasional rotorcraft. Reen muttered a curse as a glidezep hove into their path, and Eddie's knuckles were white beneath his fur as he clenched the control yoke. They were among the top spires of the towers, and the ground was still kilometers below them. I will see to our guest, said Mander, and left the pilots to the perils of navigating Nar Shada's airspace at rush hour. He found Mika in the galley with Orgaman and another Nikto, the other survivors left behind to salvage what they could from the skyed of warehouse and claimed salvage rights on the crashed freighter. Mika had swapped his oversized Z-Rape blanket for an equally large vest, brocaded in gold stitching. The two Niktos were sponging the hut with a concoction that smelled like rotting flowers. "We will be landing in a few minutes," Mander said. "The air traffic is difficult." Mika nodded. "The air traffic is always bad. Huts take it as a good sign when no one has time to obey traffic laws." He waved off his two supplicants with an instruction in Huttese to gather his belongings. Mander remained. "Your companion, the Pantoran," said the Hutt. "Rhaenyra," said Mander. "She is the sister of a Jedi, no?" asked Mika. "Does she have the power within her as well?" "She is Toro Irana's sister," said Mander. "And while the Force can be strong in family lines, she does not have either the aptitude or the training of her brother." "Yes, the aptitude," Mika said. "Then, the brother, he is truly dead." "Yes," Mander said quietly. "And these Bomu, these Rhodians, they killed him?" said the Hutt. "I think so." Toro was. Mander thought for a moment on how much he should tell the Hutt, then said, "Poisoned. Drugged with Tempest. He fell from a great height." "I am sorry," said Mika, and lowered his eyes, almost in respect. "That would explain much, then." "Much?" asked Mander. "The young female," said Mika. "She was very curious about the cargo of the plague ship. She asked the CSA lieutenant commander much about it, and about what the corporate sector knew about the Tempest spice. Angela Kryn in turn asked me, and I provided what information I could. But I find it interesting." "How so?" said Mander. The Hutt let out a nervous hiccup. "The man you sent to negotiate with my father is killed with this Tempest spice. And the plague ship I find was carrying this spice as well. Surely there has to be a connection. The galaxy is too large for such a coincidence, such a twist of fate. Hence the questions about the Bomu clan," said Mander. Mika the Hutt gnawed on his lower lip. "I will check this out, once I talk to my father. I don't know if we use the Bomu clan in our dealings or not. Something is going on, though, and if we are not aware of what it is, we are at a disadvantage." "I don't like it." "Neither do I," said Mander. "If there is anything you can do to find out who is ultimately responsible, I would be most appreciative." Mika nodded in agreement, but the Jedi did not make to leave the room. Mika looked at him. "There is something else?" Mander frowned, wondering how to best approach the subject. "Back on Endrigad, when we were attacked by the Swoop Gang. An experience I hope never to relive," put in Mika, though he smiled as he said it. "Your help was greatly appreciated," said Mander. "But at the end, that last swooper had you dead in his sights." "Yes?" "He missed you. You shouted out a warning," noted Mika. "Not in time," said Mander. "Besides, you were ducking before I got a chance to shout." "I was most fortunate then," said Mika. "I guess sometimes there just is a twist of fate." And with that, Mika the Hutt closed his eyes, a sign of dismissal. Mander would have pressed, but a string of Bothan curses erupted from the cockpit, and he went forward to lend what moral support he could to the pilots. He did note that Mika called his order the Jedi, and not the Huttese Jedi. As Lieutenant Commander Kryn had noted, Mika was a very odd Hutt. After what seemed like a small eternity, the bulk of the new ambition nosed its way through the traffic and settled at last on a landing pad thrown out from one of the lower spires. The Durasteel supports groaned under the ship's weight, and a stricken look crossed Reen's face at the idea that the pad could collapse, casting them into the Hutt-made canyons below. The supports held, though, and Eddie began deactivating systems and setting controls to standby. Both spacers slung their blasters at their belts. "Landing pad X-1256 AB," said Eddie. "Remember the number if we get lost and split up." Mander let Mika lead the way down the landing ramp, the Jedi, Pantoran, and Bahan following, and the two Niktos bringing up the rear. They were greeted by another pair of Niktos, these armed with blaster carbines, each flanking a green protocol droid, one of Vago's H-3POs. "Young Master Mika," said the droid, followed by a cascade of Hutties that Mander followed along as best he could. The gist of it was how valiant young Mika had been in adverse situations, how fortunate it had been for those on Endrigad that he had been present, and how wise mighty Papera had been to enlist the aid of such competent employees as the others that now followed in his illustrious wake. Then the droid turned to Mander and the others. "A feast has been prepared in your honor, to celebrate Mika's return. You will accompany me and I will bring you to Papera's tower." As he was about to accept the invitation, Mander caught a gleam of something on the catwalks over the entrance. He had been too slow before on Endrigad. This time he did manage to shout a warning before the sniper squeezed off a series of shots. Mander dropped to a crouch, lightsaber up, and alongside him both Reen and Eddie had their blasters in hand. The Niktos converged on Mika, who fell back a few steps behind their protection. The H-3PO unit had no such protection, and as it turned to look, it took a blaster bolt to the head. The cranial housing shattered under the force of the shot, and the now headless droid staggered a few paces before collapsing. Both Reen and Eddie returned fire, but there was nothing after the initial shots. Mika motioned the bodyguards forward, and Orderman and the others stalked to the entrance. They looked back and shook their heads. Mika returned to the new ambition while the Niktos chattered on comms. Mika frowned and looked at the jade remains of the droid. "Not the homecoming I expected." Reinforcements arrived in the form of an entire squad of Nikto family retainers, along with another H-3PO unit. Mander recognized this one from the dent in its temple, and wondered if the Angeliac household had gotten a deal on buying the droids in bulk, or merely taken over the factory producing them. This H-3PO unit remained behind to oversee the cleanup of its brother protocol unit with half the squad. The other half closed ranks about Mika and the others and marched through twisted passages and over bridges crossing steep permacrete canyons. At each new juncture, the Niktos sent in advance scouts to make sure the area and its inhabitants were not hostile. Mander noticed that despite the blaster carbines being waved about, few of the other inhabitants of the towers even paid attention to their presence, and those who did reacted by simply getting out of the way. Apparently such activities were common on the smuggler's moon, in particular when the Hutts were involved. "Did you get a good look at the shooter?" asked Reen during one of the frequent stops as the Niktos were clearing the way. "Not a good one," said Mander. "I saw a thin, narrow head. I think our attacker was a Syrian, but other than that, nothing." "So why take a shot at Mika?" asked Reen. "You think that someone is worried about what he found out on Endrigad?" "Possible," said Mander. "Or someone wants to send a message to Mika, or perhaps even to Papera. A high-energy message." "A message nonetheless," Mander continued, realizing as he did that he was scanning the surrounding arcades as well, expecting another attack. "Why else hire a bad assassin on the smuggler's moon?" Reen thought about it. "You're right, you wouldn't. Hire a bad assassin, that is. This place is overflowing with capable opportunists who would not hesitate to take a contract." "Exactly," said Mander. "Yet we were fired upon by a sniper who literally missed the broadside of a hut. A small hut, but a hut nonetheless." Reen thought for a moment, then added, "But said sniper then nails a protocol droid in the temple. Heck of a bad shot." Unless Mika wasn't the target. I think someone wants us to think he was, said Mander. But I don't think he was one they were paid to shoot. Like I said, they are sending a message. The trio was brought up several more turbolifts into one of the larger nearby towers. As they rose higher into Papara's home territory, the surroundings became more opulent. The rugs took on a deeper plush, the fittings became gaudier, and the light fixtures changed from simple domes to crystalline forms that cast hut-shaped shadows on the walls. Finally they reached the last doors, huge vault-like monstrosities of heavy wood and metal, emblazoned with Papara's beneficent face. Only then did Mika turn to address them. I must meet with my father, he said. I had forwarded a report earlier, but he may have further questions. And he will want to know about the most recent incident. We will meet again, at the fete. We will be serving in the penthouse, at sunset. And with that, the hut took his leave, swallowed by the opulent doors to his father's chambers. The three travelers were shown to a small suite of rooms to freshen up. A tailor droid was made available, and both Reen and Eddie availed themselves of its services. Mander had brought his formal robes with him, and while the other two were talking about fabrics and color swatches, he stepped out onto a wide balcony. The best parts of Unabridged were dingier than the worst parts of Coruscant. Despite himself, Mander tried to find some order among the madness of the towers, each one equipped with balconies, galleries, bridges, overlooks, awnings, verandas, and decks of various levels of functionality and form. Some seemed to be landing pads, while others looked like they had no other purpose than to cast the floors beneath them in shadow. Mander looked down but wasn't sure he could even see the ground. Rather, the towers themselves expanded out until they became a second skin to the moon. Welling up from those depths and dancing around the towers were a plethora of vehicles, again ranging from the nondescript repulsor vans to gaudy sign blimps offering every vice and service known to sentient life. And above it all, hanging corpulent and visible even in the late afternoon sun was Nal Huda itself, a rotten fruit that was now home to the huts. Few outworlders were welcome to the steaming swamp estates of the hut overlords, though Mander did not doubt that the Angeliac clan had their own dacha somewhere on the planet above him. A day on Unabridged was 87 standard hours long, so they planned on a nap and a light meal, though the meal was light only in terms that a hut could appreciate. It was in effect a portable buffet consisting of a large platter of sliced ban the rump roasted with tingmari, stewed kebrit, flatbread, spiced loaf of various intensities, and inert piles of mounder potato rice. For Eddie, a bland-looking fish called sala was presented, and the Bahan declared it better prepared than most. At the center of the display was a spice jelly cast in a mold that resembled Papara's beneficent form. The African worms were served with both heads still attached, and went untouched by all. Over the meal Mander said, I understand that the lieutenant commander offered you a job. Reen looked up from the bowl of thick soup she had been eating and shot a glance at Eddie. See, she said. He did think we were talking about him. To Mander she said. She seemed interested in the trade in Tempest spice, particularly after she talked with the hulling. Had she spent a lot of time speaking with Mika? Asked Mander. Don't be jealous, said Reen. The lieutenant commander spent a lot of time talking to you and you didn't see me get all offended. You told me you didn't want to talk. Mander bit the inside of his cheek to keep from sounding foolish. So, he started again. I understand that the lieutenant commander offered you a job. Reen nodded. Mika apparently got her very interested in the Tempest. She wanted to know if we were interested in helping investigate. Are you? Asked Mander. Reen held up a finger and swallowed a particularly large lump of something in the soup. Absolutely. We find the source of the Tempest, and we find Toro's killer. Not that I don't want to help you as well. But two approaches maybe are better than one. And the CSA has greater resources. But here it comes, said Eddie, eyeing another piece of Sala. I don't know if I trust her, said Reen. And you trust me, noted Mander. Enough to accept the coordinates of the Indrexa spiral in exchange for a little risking of one's life? She asked. Of course. Besides, people are supposed to trust you. You're a Jedi. So people keep telling me, said Mander. Though I'm not the Jedi they apparently expect. True, but beside the point, said Reen. The point is that Kryn laid out her offer in very precise terms. It all felt very cut and dried. Very calculated. Very. Bloodless was the word you used, said Eddie, tucking into another piece of the fish. I know I don't trust her much, said Reen. But not trusting her wouldn't keep me from accepting a job. Mander nodded. It seemed clear to him that Reen was leaving, but had not fully realized it herself. And she was right about one thing: there would be more resources available with the CSA than with a single Jedi. Still, he could not see her fitting in neatly with the by-the-book, bloodless nature of the corporate sector. You'd work for them even if it didn't get you closer to your goal, said Mander. Reen shrugged. Look at how I feel about the Hutts. It doesn't stop me from eating their food. And with that, conversation drifted off to other matters, and left the ultimate decision, like the African worms, unfinished. Deep in the bowels of Nar Shaddaa, a beeper chimed at Coax's belt. The one-eyed Cladoinian moved back to her sleeping pod and activated the privacy filters, standard-issue models, but easily modded to actually provide the privacy they claimed. The small room secure, she pulled out the portable holo-receiver from beneath her bunk and toggled it on. Her lord's image appeared on the central display. As always, the Spice Lord's hulking form was lit from behind, facial features invisible. Any who might observe their conversation would only be able to tell that Coax was speaking with a Hutt, its pointed triangular head rising from a heavy, necklace body. Ma Lorda, said Coax, nodding her head slightly and closing her one organic eye in respect. It has been too long. Your work has been sufficient, said the Hutt in a voice filtered to a tinny hum by the device. And you have not needed any correction. Tell me of our most recent matters. Market penetration of the corporate sector authority proceeds apace, said Coax. The Tempest is extremely popular, and there is sufficient corruption in the bureaucracy to allow us to establish a foothold. Several small-time dealers have tried to sell lesser spices dyed to look like Tempest, but those same corrupt authorities have cracked down on them. Good. The shadowed form nodded, and for a moment Coax felt reassured. She had pleased the Spice Lord. How is the expanded spice production proceeding? The Hutt said. Recovering nicely after the loss of the ship on Endrigad, said the Cladoinian. With the Corellians vulnerable, we subcontracted out to several smaller, lighter firms. And we are breaking up the supply chain, such that the same ships that bring in the raw spice are not the ones that take out the finished product. More ships, more chances of mischance, said the darkened Hutt, and it sounded as if the Spice Lord was quoting older wisdom. The ships that are carrying the spice out are highly vetted before we give them the coordinates for our secret path, said Coax. And those coming in system are running empty cargo bays, and as such are not breaking any laws. Our secret path is secret no longer, said the Spice Lord. But unless they know where to look, we should be secure enough. And our security in the manufacturer's system? The requisite bribes have been issued, said Coax, toggling a small chip along the side of the receiver. A blue-white spreadsheet appeared in the air between her and the Hutt's image. As you can see, they are well within our budgetary expectations, with marginal impact on our bottom line. Do not teach your superiors how to suck G-jaw eggs, said the Hutt churlishly. I was determining the profit and loss statements before you made your first kill. Of course, my lord, said the Cladoinian, regretting almost instantaneously the implication that the Hutt did not understand economics. Seeking to put herself back into the Spice Lord's good graces, she added, the weapons that were discovered near the manufacturing ship. Yes? We cannibalized about half the parts to get the other half operational, said the Cladoinian. They were in amazing condition for being so old. Excellent, said the silhouetted form. The Spice Lord was pleased again, and that brought a warmth to the Cladoinian's heart. On to other matters then. What of the Nwiri sector?